Welcome back to Style Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dia, and I'm so happy to have you with us tonight for the grand finals of UW-Madison Badgers versus the University of Alberta. The prize is $150 US, and we are into the ban phase. These teams fighting for literally their tournament lives. First and second place here are guaranteed because we're in the finals. That is how this be doing. Udyr band coming out strong. Nara, Seraphine, I love to see it. You might notice you haven't heard anyone else. I'll be with you for a while here. We'll be hanging out. We'll be having a little bit of a good time as we'll be getting more casters, I promise. But for right now, I'll be guiding you through your game one at the very least. UW-Madison Badgers, they'll be gracing us from the red side of the rift. So they will have counter pick here. Tristana is another thing that I'm expecting to see banned by somebody at the very least. I would say normally red side would take it away. Although the thing is that here you're in an interesting juncture because Tristana can be banned and Hecarim can be taken away. And it's kind of an iffy game because the fact is that Alberta have first pick, but Wisconsin are the ones that play around their jungler. So unfortunately, UW are the ones that have to end up banning the Hecarim so as not to give that power pick over. We'll see how they end up doing it if they do it in the first couple picks. But now it's Alberta that's left with that power pick, the Tristana, the queen of the meta at the moment. I'm actually surprised that we see the draft going this way because Thresh at the very least can be changed out. But at this point, as UW-Madison, you do have to play with the knowledge that there is Tristana on the table. Now, Tristana traditionally does go into the mid lane right now, and I know some people might be surprised to hear that because, I mean, Tristana, ADC, right? More recently, she has been showing up in that mid lane. The power of her, though, is that she is flexible. And UW-Madison expectedly going to counter that power pick with a power pick of their own, something that they can play through the jungle with in this Olaf. I'm excited to see how the Olaf performs because Wellens is who they love to play through. It is the person, the carry here, but Olaf can only take you so far. So I'm expecting UW-Madison to pick up a few lanes that can enable something like an Olaf to get off to an early start. But for their bot lane, the key will be staying safe. The Ezreal there, an absolutely excellent encapsulation of that. Unfortunately, Seraphine taken away, or I would honestly just lock in Ezreal Seraphine because it is going to give them a lot of safety. It's going to make it very hard for University of Alberta to play through the bot lane. The nice thing for University of Alberta, though, if you have tuned into them before, is that they've got a lot of power in other places. They're hovering the Mundo right now. Mundo is also technically a flex pick between that top and jungle, although we see him a lot in the jungle as sort of this pseudo Udyr. And with that pseudo Udyr style does come the expectation there's not a whole lot that's going to happen for him in the early game. And Lulu, I want to say, almost doubles down on that, moving a lot of the power into the late game. Yes, Tristana is going to be very powerful. She's going to be enabled in the laning phase, but Lulu is so much about your late game AD carry, about keeping them at this extra level up above anybody else on the Rift and keeping them safe more so, that she's going to be the pick to watch as we scale later and later into the game. And that does seem to be University of Alberta's style right now. Wanting to play for that later game with Matthew and Eddie as this power duo, whereas on the other side of this, UW-Madison, they are currently building themselves a roster that is very, very safe in the bot lane, with a top side that is a total mystery right now, with jungles and bot lanes locked in for both teams. The top side is what we're expecting University of Wisconsin to win, right? With Ezreal Karma, we've already taken a lot off the table here in terms of how much they're going to be able to put out in bot lane as this sort of pressure, but they're left up with things that can abuse lanes, and you see that University of Alberta very much know that, especially around the top lane, because the Volibear is banned out in a neutralizing lane. Wukong instantly a champion that can abuse a lot of melees, I'll say, and we're expecting that in either the mid lane or that top lane that we'll get a little bit more of an aggressive pick from the University of Wisconsin. Fiora, second ban, is really, really poignant, I would say, as the split push win condition is something that'll really enable a Karma Ezreal to be able to siege you up, to take you down, to whittle you down while Fiora wreaks havoc in the side lane. The thing is, Camille is still up right now, and Camille is the real split pusher. Like, she has been the cornerstone of metas, not only in the past, but arguably right now as a very strong side lane pick. And with Gnar already gone, it's almost a guaranteed win. Shen, however, a favorite of that Desolation Doe, will end up being the selection. And he's going to provide you a split push win condition of your own, but it's albeit a little bit less strong. If University of Alberta want to counter this, though, with a Mordekaiser, they could be throwing a little bit of spice into the mix. They'd be doubling down on that Juggernaut. And honestly, I don't hate it compositionally because there's not a whole lot of damage for the University of Wisconsin just yet. And it doesn't seem like there's going to be, unless they pick something crazy in the mid lane. Wisconsin are playing such a control game that they don't want to straight up outfight you. It's their job to out pressure you around the map. Kai'Sa's locked in for University of Alberta, transitioning to Tristan into the mid lane, one of the strongest mid lanes you can have in the meta right now. So what are Wisconsin going to do? Because right now they have a losing bot lane, they have a losing top lane, they have a winning jungle, but how much are you really going to be able to do with that? We'll see, because they're definitely going to need, at least in my opinion, a second source of pressure on the map, something to open us up here. Orianna is a thing. She's a very powerful laner in her own right. But to say that priority or lane dominance are synonymous with an Orianna is to be a little bit delusional here, especially into a Tristana who is very practiced at jumping into you and blowing you up at these early levels and maintaining wave control. It's going to take a lot of confidence, a lot of outplays from the side of Fish and Valor to actually be able to, and I say even survive the lane that Hong Kong player can produce using the Tristana. And it really feels like that's the story for the entirety of the UW-Madison Badgers. They have themselves a lot of lanes that are going to lose very gracefully, theoretically at the very least. They'll be able to be quite safe, they'll be able to put out a lot of poke, but will they be able to rotate when the time comes? I'm not certain. And I don't think that UW-Madison is certain either, because the thing is, this is the finals. This isn't some regular season matchup where Alberta is just any other team they can take down because they're just worse players. They've both made it all the way to the finals, and I know that UW-Madison has put in a lot of work here. I know that these teams have scrimmed several times. They know each other's strengths and weaknesses, but to draft yourself something with so little inherent power is to rely on this early game and to really, really, truly put all of the eggs in the basket of Wellens, who is on the Olaf and is going to fall off later. So keep your eyes on specifically Wellens, and I dare say how the rest of UW-Madison play around it, because to leave lane now is to forfeit your success for that of your jungler. And if you're drafting yourself a bunch of losing lanes and then not leaving when your Olaf needs you, you're just not getting anything done. On the other side here, University of Alberta, they have an excellent scaling composition. They have their Tristan in the mid lane for pressure. Mordekaiser should do just fine into Shen. And the bot lane is going to have a very, very comfortable time with the Kai'Sa Lulu being able to farm up. I would say there is a potential weakness here if UW-Madison betray their identity that they've built up during the season and start playing towards the bot side here. There is the potential for them to poke out the University of Alberta to keep them from playing the game in that bot lane. But as for everywhere else, it does seem the win conditions are a little bit lacking. We've kind of flown through the actual champion lock-in stage, though. Everybody's got what they're going to be playing, and we can see there are no crazy flex picks hitting the Rift just yet. So we'll sort of evaluate how these teams are going to end up performing once we get onto the Rift, as Woshi Garvin will be set a little bit behind. And at the same time, as I'm looking at UW-Madison to play around their jungler, University of Alberta, with their lane priority, are definitely going to need to support theirs, because if the Badgers are putting so much faith in Wellens, you've got to imagine that that's going to translate into a lot of pressure being put on Woshi Garvin by Wellens. He wants to make these aggressive plays, and is going to want to put this Mundo as far behind as possible because, as we mentioned, the scaling from University of Alberta is massive. UW-Madison Badgers, it is the first game of the finals here at Style Esports, and they have to make something happen early. If they can do it, it is all props to them. They are a strong roster to make it. The University of Alberta have set themselves up for success. And to see if they can outlast UW-Madison Badgers, we'll just have to wait and see, because we'll be getting into the game in just a few minutes here. Don't go anywhere. It is the grand finals here at Style Esports.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Grand Finals of Style Esports, which is about between two absolute grandstanding, monstrous universities who've come to stake their claim and name to fame in League of Legends. I'm Ravishing Ravis, the most ravishing man on the internet, joined very shortly, very quickly by Mr. Diatropa at the end of the game. And it looks like there's a gang top side.
Well, yeah, little invade here. I'm excited. I don't think it's going to net anything, but I like that University of Alberta are showing a little bit of onus here and taking an early game for themselves, at least in the very, very early stages. I hesitate to say that it'll extend to the entire early game, but being able to get this vision down is going to let them spot Wellens, who's the crux of the UW-Madison Badgers. Ask anybody. Their jungler is what makes this team chug along. He is the engine to their train, the coal to their fire. And University of Alberta, if they can track that, they can shut it down.
Well, you know what, Dia? You're my fire, so you're what keeps you going and in the morning and at night. So thank you for being here, mate. But as you mentioned right now, it looks like a bit of a split map decision so far. Right now, UW, the Badgers decided to... they're definitely going to catch up. Kaisa, they land the axe, and that's... force the flash out at least, but now they gain priority over red.
Yeah, super free flash. At least for now. The only thing it's costing them is experience and gold for Fish and Valor, but it gets, at least for now, Wellens ahead. Granted, now there is vision for Woshi Garvin in the red side jungle of UW-Madison, so this will be answered and potentially turn into some vertical jungling. And if we're thinking about vertical jungling, I actually really like it for the side of University of Alberta, because it keeps their real gankable lane safe. You can't realistically gank bot as the Olaf right now. The exception being, of course, that Eddie doesn't have flash, but he's playing pretty safe.
Yeah, it's pretty slow, slow standard game across the board Resin right now. What I'm going to be looking at, though, as you go into the game, is definitely going to be the priority that Wellens is going to get on the Olaf, but also get a little bit of scuffle top side, but Windows there to help him out. So like going so far, but Fish and Valor is a whole bunch that is right to the face, which has Stranded so good at the game. Slow will land, but rocket jump right over the wall. Small little scuffle, sorry, I should say, across the board, but nothing we had as of yet. But these teams are wrapping up. They're aggressive. They're ready. They want more.
They really do. Wellens searching for more right now, as well as Rizzy 1.
Yeah, it takes a big hit right at the bar, and an auto attack will seal his fate. First blood and a solo kill in the class. Was he one top side?
And like we said, this sort of top side split of the map for Woshi Garvin is going to favor Rizzy 1, who just gets even more time alone with that desolation, though he could go down again here. Rizzy 1, great shield is going to keep him alive, and he gets to go back, get a free teleport in with a kill. Great play by the top laner, and Wellens is looking a little lost.
That was clean, and that was extremely clutch, like you mentioned, right? The shield at the last second is barely saving his life, and considering Realistic came in at level 2 nonetheless, he was able to follow through, didn't have the W for himself either. So, with him not landing the taunt, Force Blaze did overstay as well. I'm just trying to clear up the wave, but now it looked like Woshi Garvis trying to dive it onto the shed, just shut him down. But I mean, they're expanding a lot of resources to get the Mordekaiser head, which is respectable, but taunt going out of the tower immediately forced Garbage to flash out. And that'll be all she wrote for that game.
What is Woshi Garvin doing there? Right, it's something that is not going to cost them really right now, as the dragon isn't up just yet. But if that's a minute later, Wellens manages to take the dragon there and get his feet back under him, right? Because he went up to topside, having 0 camps to clear, was behind for a really long time, and has just now started getting that Olaf gig going, getting a little bit of CS, but has really struggled to make an impact on the map. He's the part of UW-Madison that needs to be working right now. He's not able to get anything done. All Woshi Garvin has to do is play for even.
But looks like right now, Hong Kong players playing for more than even, sir. He's constantly a priority over the lane, but Wellens has not been able to touch him. Unfortunately, the Dishonored is quite slippery, like you mentioned, right? Because as the Olaf 2, you need to have a lot more agency in the lane and just overall across the map, even, especially going to the early side, because in Mundo, like, although he'll go back and forth and continue farming, but like, that's what he wants to do. He, like, once he gets 6 and above, if you come out of that lane or the overall matchup with the jungle, just even across the board and being able to farm, the Mundo is won. And all of us right now, if you're just like power farming across, if you're just power farming, just trying to get as many jungle camps you can. It might not work out. You are a jungle fan, not an ADC.
Yeah, this is this is gonna be pretty spooky here. Hong Kong player constantly going in onto Fish and Valor is costing him mana, but not much more. And the priority that the bot lane for UW-Madison has gotten themselves has now netted them their first dragon of the game. This Karma Ezreal bot lane that is expected to be very neutralizing, of course, is managing to poke out Eddie and Matthew, making it very, very hard for University of Alberta to actually maintain control there. That with the vertical jungling all but spells the first dragon, and you have to imagine that University of Alberta know that, and I hope that they get to answer somewhere else, because these dragon-centric plays are often answered by econ plays on the other side of that. In 2 minutes, Rift Herald is coming up, and that's where I want to see Woshi Garvin.
Yeah, and consider they have both mid and top prio for UA, so Rift Herald should be a very clear answer for Woshi Garvin. Do we think top side? Imagine likely try to drop a mid and just get just out of much more agency in the lane that she already has, right? This just absolute demolition time champion who the force that lock curse the most, but we see Karma roaming mid as well, just forcing Hong Kong clear back. But he might overstay a little bit. Wellens glance is slow, still has rocket jump and flash, and it'll be perfectly fine.
It's a lot of misplaced priority into this mid lane, although it won't cost anybody too big yet, as actually leaving Jarl Karl in the bot lane to get a little bit of experience just by himself is something that we see at the top level of play quite a bit, with the ADCs getting more power the more time they spend alone, and especially people like Ezreal, who, yes, enjoy the gold, but also with the levels do become increasingly more powerful, get increasingly less cooldown and more scaling on their abilities is going to be really important, especially with this Sheen that he's already got.
And that's why you pick the Ezreal too, right? You want to make sure that at least you can have an ADC in lane with roaming support that can affect change across the entire map. Ezreal is one of the best weeks of ADCs in the entire game, and being able to leave him outside just by himself just to farm is a very easy decision to make. So now with the Karma did go for a field gank mid, unfortunately. So I want to see I want to see probably mirror like Wellens a little bit more, just to try to get the Olaf a little bit more ahead, just execute it more on the win congs that UWE has right now, Thea.
Now Woshi Garvin in the jungle of Wellens, though, has dropped a little bit of vision and is continuing to maintain control. The control composition that we mentioned that UW-Madison had in the draft, Ravish, just so you know, I mentioned that UW-Madison had a control composition in the draft, that is sort of falling behind in pace to the way that University of Alberta have been playing this game. They've been playing this with the extreme, what's this called? Attention to detail of Wellens being the center point here, and the tracking on him has been there the entirety of the game. There's a very safe mid laner there in Hong Kong player that's managed to get himself away from Olaf consistently, and nobody's actually been able to get in a skirmish with Olaf, which is where he shines.
Yeah, like we were saying before, right? You want to make sure this Olaf has agency ahead. You want to make sure he is being able to run over the jungler or having impact in the lanes pre-20 minutes, at least pre-15, even because if not so, one might say just the essence, the inference of the Olaf might be lost in them. But as right now, Chubby taking a lot of damage, using the killer instinct to dodge out of the way. Sorry, using the blink to dodge out of the way. Yeah, no, I was right. What am I doing? Yeah. Doesn't dodge the way, so it's already ultimate down for AW. But topside though, Desolation takes a lot of damage, and it's gets shocked into the death realm. And I believe that'll be his Sate field, you could say. Sate sealed, but he's not Yone. Yeah, slow kill topside, but
we're gonna get the trade back though. Rizzy 1 gonna go down here, and Olaf is finally in a skirmish, which is exactly where he wants to be. Hong Kong player getting that X.
Yes, he is. He's a lot of damage already. Has already used rocket jump too. Woshi Garvin is body blocking for him right now to make sure the ADC stays alive. He has to pop the status of himself just to make sure he heals through all the damage that he's taken. But at least Wallens gets the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1, but it's a 1-for-1 that is still going to favor University of Alberta, because at this point, getting a kill on this Olaf is negligible. He hasn't actually been able to get on top of anybody outside of in that top lane where Rizzy 1 is already 2-1, is the split push win condition, and is going to be able to ideally continue abusing that desolation, though. Bot lane isn't going too well for UW-Madison, that much I can say, isn't going too well for University of Alberta, but for the moment, that is remaining to have an impact, as it's not actually affecting the farm just yet. Wellens could be caught out.
Yeah, I mean, like he is an Olaf. He's decently fast, but they don't have the pullback, and Shen's right there with him, so should be perfectly okay. But to your point on the bot lane, yeah, I'd say they've actually pushed the Kai'Sa Lulu out of the lane too, which is really good on them. And now the Ezreal to maintain the farm advantage, which is something that I find really interesting. Consider the Karma has opted actually to stay in the lane and make sure the Ezreal gets ahead instead of actually roaming around the map. So it is a decision by the Karma Ezreal lane, but I don't mind this because you mentioned, right? Ezreal wants to scale and farm up, and once he gets those 2 or 3 items, he's gonna be very, very scared. He should be able to chunk out almost every member of University of Alberta.
Yeah, should be resetting right about now, and just off of the farm alone has the 200 gold advantage, which is not a whole lot in the grand scheme of things, but when we consider how many kills are actually on the board and how much of the
Yeah.
gold difference is coming from those, it's actually quite a bit, because the turret plates are mostly all up. The only place that they're not is in that bot lane, where UW-Madison, they're the ones taking them, and that bot lane pressure is once again going to turn into a dragon. Remember, the Rift Herald was taken by Wellens as well, so University of Alberta very much failing to take that advantage and turn it into anything, really.
Yeah, like you mentioned before, just consistent bot lane, prio, double dragons on the board for them. But here's the play here, D. I think this is what's up, right? Look, considering it's an ocean soul, which they absolutely bank on. So this is what UE wants to do. They say, yo, forget these 2 early dragons, get in to stack 4 ocean drakes. That's really where it's at. And Washi Garvey is looking at this clear answer vision bot said was looking for a possible gank, but getting spidered out. It's gonna be no bueno for him at all. But still topside, still remaining in control of UAA. Let's see if they manage to actually use that to affect other places across the map. As Efrel is gone though, so hasn't been dropped either.
I can't wait for UW-Madison to realize what a monster Rizzy 1 is going to be. Right now, he's just abusing the Shen. Everything's fine. The Shen can take it. But if he gets left alone for even just 2 minutes, 3 minutes maybe, and manages to take a few more turret plates, get a little bit more damage down, all of a sudden you're going to find him ulting people like Fish and Valor, ulting people like Jarl Karl, and there's just not going to be an answer here. The Mordekaiser is going to be able to run anyone down. Already has 2 kills, and the pace of the game is going to be accelerated, and not in the favor of UW-Madison, by the fact that the Bruiser is ahead, and UW-Madison right now are lacking damage.
What matters with it right now is just being able to just farm up and gain a bit more priority in lanes, but like you mentioned, right? Just be able to scale up. But for UB Madison, and for them, what matters for them, like you mentioned, it's just I find it's generally still just trying to be able to get the Olaf ahead. Just at this point in the game, though, he's just been powerful and because see back and forth. With only having 1 kill to his name, unfortunately, his damage will actually end up falling off. And once that Mundo gets to about 2 items too, a lot of what he's putting up on the side of Olaf could eventually become negligible once Mundo starts frontlining. What I've been more worried about is the Mordekaiser already has a Repmaker topside, bullying the Shen, just doing stupid amounts of damage to him. So unfortunately, the Shen actually hasn't been able to get out of the lane at all, and that'll be almost a solo kill. So actually, for Rizwan onto that Desolation though. So 3-1 for this Mord. He's becoming scarier and scarier.
Yeah, he's only going to get worse from here on out, and it's something that UW-Madison, they've got to address sooner rather than later, and unfortunately the way they're choosing to address it is with the sort of avoidance tactic here. They commit a lot on the bot side, and they get themselves the first turret, but you'll notice as you look up that they're still behind in gold, and well, though they will get this second crash, a teleport here is ill-advised at best. That tower is going to fall, and Rizzy Wan wants the kill here. Turbo Chem Tank popped for Woshi Garvin as well. They're not going to find a kill. Tower for tower is going a little bit in the favor of UW-Madison, but overall, I like this for Alberta.
Because interesting plays by Alberta Casablanca there, yeah. Because like you mentioned, right? So what they decided to do is that Wellens realized that his top set is actually just lost. So he knows that he won't be able to have much of an impact there. So he focused a lot more attention on the bot set, which is why I believe the Karma is also decided to stay bot just to make sure the Ezreal gets ahead. And now with the tower and a half being knocked down for UW is for the UWB though. So that this actually just going to a point where they're going to split the map, but the Mordecai is to believe will be an almost an uncontestable side lane threat as Woshigarbi jumps in, use the Lulu lockup as well, but not able to find the damage of the lockdown onto the Karma.
Arnu.
Thank you.
Yeah, I asked him before. I was gonna call him Consonant Man, so I sent him a DM being like, "Hey, are you okay if I call you Consonant Man?" He said, "No, I'd rather you call me by my real name, Arnu."
Arnu, all right,
Yeah.
thank you, Arnu.
Yeah, I respect it. When you have a name like that, you got to give options. The man is amenable
Yeah.
to giving us many of them, and fortunately doesn't lose his life in that mid lane. But
Mhm.
the fact of the matter is that he was caught out of position there, did have to burn the summoner, and University of Alberta have taken a very interesting tactic this game, where they recognize that UW-Madison really like to play through that jungle and like to play weak side bot, and they say we're going to take the rest of the map, and you can have bot lane. We're not even going to make you play weak side. You can be a very, very strong bot lane. You can bully out Eddie and Matthew, and we're not going to punish you at all. And so what we've ended up with is a UW-Madison bot lane, of course, that is very strong. But at this
Yeah.
point in the season, there's no proof that they know what to do with it. And you see it a little bit right there, even with the sub support getting caught out ever so slightly, with the fact that they've just now moved into enabling Jarl Karl to get out across the map. It could be a little bit of an inexperience with having a strong side, bottom side of the map.
What matters right now is where they choose to apply and opting for the pressure, right? As the next dragon comes up in just about 7 seconds, they make that 5. But so right now, UWB are first in the chase. They're just trying to clear our vision right now, but consider the scuttle control is there, UWB. But still just fighting back and forth. They both want this drag because that would be sole point.
Oh my
UW
god.
as well, but they're looking for the Jason and then down. Rizwan is taking a lot of damage already. A couple more actions should be able to do it as they're just getting run down here, Dia.
Get
That's a shutdown
smited.
going over the Olaf. One right here back and forth. That's just it. The fight is over. I don't need to say nothing because you just die after another. Wow.
Yeah, they just get run down exactly as you say. That Ragnarok seals the deal, but it was everything up to that from UW-Madison that actually changed that fight because make no mistake, University of Alberta, they are the stronger composition right now, but they don't have their Tristana, and they opt into a poke war for positioning over this dragon. They not only give up the dragon, but they give up multiple kills on top of it, and actually make this game a lot harder than it needs to be because now the Olaf that had no impact, finally, before the 20-minute mark, he's moved himself to 3-0.
And now suddenly the Olaf becomes scarier as we go along as well. And he also got himself some anti-heal. So not only is he a fed, not only is he a smart Olaf, but like he also with item to his name, he's opting in for what the opponents are doing. Look at that. I'm proud of you, bro. Like are not only opting in for damage, but looking to help out the team as Hong Kong player took a lot of damage already, but Desolation does not have the armor to keep up with it. Soul kill top side, and that would allow them to move up and get the Rift Herald, at least for the University of Alberta, giving them some control over the map depending where they drop it.
Hong Kong player, he's just 30 CS up. He's got a Kraken Slayer. He's at least a level or two. I think it's actually 2 levels up at this point on the Shen. There's no universe in which that Desolation should be able to take that fight, and overestimates himself a little bit on the Shen that, yes, he's favored, but very clearly is still warming up on, I think, and unused to the amount of punishment that he's taken in the laning phase.
Barely even have as an armor item to his name, unfortunately. But going back into what we were talking about before, right? On the side of Wellen, at least now with the Olaf being 3-0-1, I want to see how he translates his lead across the map. We know at least for top side that Shen simply can play weak side. What's more important is that he uses the ultimate at the right time, and likely, Lucky Rizwan will maintain that push as well for him. But now it has to be about shutting down Hong Kong player, because if this Sean is able to get ahead, that'll be an absolutely massive win condition because so much of UA can just frontline for her and make sure that she's just untouched in 5v5s. The previous team fight was a little bit back and forth considering they were essentially just caught out and they were run down because it took way too much poke damage early on. But now Hong Kong player, look at this. Wellens is exactly that. Listen to my voice, man. You know what's up, but Garvin's already there. But before he can get there, Tristana is smited.
And it's all about the Tristana right now. She's the source of so much damage and has the most experience in terms of these AD carries that they can rely on. Mordekaiser in this side lane is not going to do a whole lot for you, and you need to be protecting people like Eddie and Hong Kong player. Eddie, just not nearly comparable right now on this Kai'Sa. Plays much more of that assassin style. Gets blown up by Wellens and Fish and Valor, who have not only survived, but managed to thrive in the last couple of minutes. I'm expecting UW-Madison to play this around those two as the core, to get Wellens and Fish and Valor continually together as a duo. And whenever you see them together, that's where UW-Madison can push an advantage because the combination of the Orianna Olaf enables the team fight, and that Desolation Dome needs to be anywhere but. To counter that, University of Alberta started the Dragon. They force everybody to be in the same place.
Shockwave's just coming up cooldown. Desperation play a little bit for the start of the Baron, but they're taking so much damage already. They cannot burn this down. They have to stun it, but Resident One already goes in, takes one of the death drop, going on to Yara Carl. There's a lot of damage, but won't be able to sustain this shield pop in the last second. But on the other side, meanwhile in the game, almost all of units of Alberta are dying back and forth. Has to clean up a double kill at the end for Hong Kong players. He barely dies, but that's 4 for 2 for Madison.
And now it might be the Baron traded back over. They have lost Jarl Karl, but Wellens does plenty of damage, and there's plenty of time, moreover. I wouldn't want to say that I would ever 3-man a Baron with an Olaf and no ADC under normal circumstances, but when the entire enemy team is dead, with the exception of a Lulu, you've got plenty of wiggle room in order to spend the time taking this Baron. Now securing that for themselves. Wait for Yarkal. There we go. Securing that for themselves onto 5 members, no less. They're going to be able to have a really strong push. Rift Herald, however, has done a lot of work in that mid lane. And that's the lane that they need to address first and foremost.
Yeah, but looking at with the way the game state is for the side of University of Alberta, they currently have no dragons to their name. They lost to Baron after desperation play, and then also lost at the end of the game. If they were to actually push it for the inhibitor, all they would essentially be doing would be giving away free farm to Madison, because they wouldn't have the pressure to actually close in on the game. Which is why I'm not a big fan at all of actually opting in for early inhibitors if you can't actually close out, because you're just giving away just so much experience and time over to the enemy to just possibly scale up and take you on in the next team fight. And as the next dragon comes up in the next 15 seconds, this will be Ocean Soul for Madison, and Alberta know they have to fight this. They have to look for something, as you're setting a vision on both sides as Dragon spawns here to you. This is tense.
That Desolation, though, is not going to be soloed in this side lane. He has the Baron. He can just chill out and teleport to match Rizzy. One has his own ult as well. Woshi Garvin's in the pit, but gets spotted, and now all they got to do is burn through this Mundo, who's got nothing here. The healing cut is there.
It's half. It takes a lot of damage already. He goes away a bit too early, and the Dragon is there. They can't contest this at all. Lulu with the back, she used the ultimate so early as well, but Rizwan, no. I liked the idea, but it's flawed execution, unfortunately. And that's Soul, Ocean Soul nonetheless, going over to Madison. We're down almost half the entire game, but as they move around to 20-minute mark, they may have topside prior, but they're looking better and better and stronger and stronger.
And with what they have right now, the Baron, that granted is expiring soon, but also the Ocean Dragon, those fights that we were looking at earlier, where there's even a little bit of poke pre the fight, and then they get to run it down, are just going to be more and more convincing. I want to know, Wellens picked up the Gore Drinker here. This is an item that we don't see on Olaf nearly as much anymore. It speaks to the way that he wants to be playing this very, very aggressively, and doesn't want to be, well, taking any real damage in these fights. He wants to go in, kill somebody, heal to fall, and walk right back out. Now, with the Ocean Soul, he doesn't even have to walk out.
No, exactly, because of all the healing you get, and definitely I think Gordrinker is just a genuine staple for Olaf too. Strikebreaker would be just such an adventure that you would take as a jungler, which I think considering just the playstyle of the Olaf, when you're going to be the thick of it for so long, it just makes sense for the item. But now what's Baron already now, Madison are getting a lot of agency across the map, able to push out this mid tier 2 and set up kind of a 4-1 as they force Woshi Garvin out of his own jungle, bro. That's no longer your jungle, fam. I'm so sorry, bro. That's their jungle, unfortunately. And now with them hitting all these item breakpoints as well for University of Madison, this is their game to lose.
I mean, right now, we're going to have our new backing on 1.5 thousand gold, which is crazy. That Desolation's got a bunch in his pocket as well, and everybody spending their gold now is going to solidify that lead. And granted, it's only 2,000 gold, but a lead is a lead is a lead, and they got Ocean Soul to back it up. With so much in their pocket here, with so much to their favor, you've got to imagine that UW-Madison are going to have a difficult time losing this game. It is, as people say, their game to lose. And as University of Alberta, I think it's important that we think about where things went wrong. So much of it was around that objective control. Because the reality is that UW-Madison didn't actually outstyle them in any particular lane. It was so much just about getting these dragons stacking that University of Alberta, despite the fact that they tracked well this whole time, decided not to have any say in.
Just to focus a lot of the resources top sides getting Rizzy 1 ahead, but meanwhile, sacrifices to the bot lane, their Kaisa, which is definitely one of their main damage dealers of the competition. I understand you want to get your Mordekaiser ahead. I understand that you want it to be a side lane threat. But I was like you mentioned here, Dia, they've given us so much extra control. They generally have to play for Elder, which I believe is exactly what they're going to do. But as the Baron times out, this will at least give University of Alberta a bit more time to breathe. But the towers are being run down one after another, and one good team fight could do it. Honestly, at least for UW-Madison. But Alberta managed to come out on top, possibly catch an earlier pick. This could be big for them to at least find their way back into the game.
Yeah, if they can set up a cheese play here, it would be really, really good for them. Make no mistake. And because this is League of Legends, because it is a team game, because it is ever evolving and chaotic, there are still ways for the University of Alberta to win the game. But they're around Rizzy 1, Hong Kong player, and Edui. And Rizzy 1 looks like he's about to get caught out. He's in the alcove right now, but this is kind of spooky.
Yeah, he's up against 3 people. He's looking to just possibly get out, push his Dead Desolation back, but there's just every one of the grandmothers top side to make sure you can shut him down. That way with no impact, unfortunately with no impact for the next couple of seconds. And now with them shutting him down, that means they have top side control. They can set up around Baron. He won't even be back in time for the Baron to spawn either. So fighting a 4v5 is exactly what University of Alberta cannot afford to do. Madison take a really nice pick and get the agency over Baron. Oh, but Fishing Valor, yeah, might be caught up, but no, it just really gets away with this little speed boost. And Desolation is also there. Oh. Big Shockwave gets one of the top the Hong Kong player. He's gonna go down, but he does enough damage to shut down Fishing Valor. In the meantime, that was absolutely seeking able to get up. It's brilliant rocket jump. The damage was not there. They didn't focus in on him. They forgot about him. No! And now this already has to come back. This is the fight they absolutely want.
Teleport behind.
4v4, like you said, Brizzy 1. Also, there the TP could be big, whereas one comes in. One big Desolation, a couple auto attacks, but immediately takes John Carl into the death and takes him out just as easy as well. He's exhausted. He's dealing a lot of damage, but he can't shut it down. But there, finally, Hong Kong player goes down to the backside, but the University of Alberta are coming out on top of this. John Carl taking a lot of damage. He can only heal back so much. Barely blinks over the wall. Now Wellens is left in the middle of 4 to die. Unfortunately, Steve abandoned him, but he will take one with him.
That's terrible for UW-Madison, but amazing for University of Alberta to be able to keep their heads about them, to answer back their Hong Kong player, the star of that fight, manages to turn, assassinate Fish and Valor, and live all in one. Makes it look easy as well, teleporting right back in to continue the cleanup on that fight. Although Eddie looking to be a little bit of trouble.
What? He just does so much damage for this 2v1 along the Lulu Alto, but the shutdown coming from Fish and Valor at least. So I was no, that's not what it honestly. Yeah, because like if you're Eddie, because then although you got to kill, you just gave away a pretty decent shutdown as well as Fish and Valor, and now he's 5-1, 3 items to his name. Oriana's getting scary, Carrie.
We got the dragon spawning as well. Fish and Valor is going to start that one up. 0 vision control around this for the side of University of Alberta, although they will see it started up. We'll see if they can contest it as Woshi Garvin needs to actually get into the Drake area. Wellens isn't there yet.
It's a 4v3, Dia. Now, with Lugus coming up and the ADC coming up now, this is a really tough fight to take, but they're already diving in a complete man disadvantage. Rizzy 1 able to isolate one. He really goes on to Fish and Valor, but on the backside, Hong Kong player is being isolated and taken down. Does not have the damage at all, especially with no peel. Although Rizzy 1 is big, he's not big enough to deal with all of them by himself. Goes golden and goes to stasis and dies as soon as he comes out of it. That's the watch's fate becomes sealed in front of him. Now the Elder will be theirs, but they still want to contest. They don't want to go to them.
You have to contest.
Yeah, they're not letting them take it at all. But one is staying on the dragon. Washigarv is there too. His posters trying to get one pick maybe so they can find their way into the Baron pit. But they isolate one. Shen just playing keep away for a little bit longer. The sacrifices his life. So just so at least they can try to get it away. But there it is. There's Dragon taken back by Fish. The Elder, by Fish and Valor. So Elder secured. Shen gave his life, but a value enough for nonetheless. 4 people now on Madison have Elder have to go in towards Baron.
And this is a Baron as good as taken. You cannot approach this team with the Elder Dragon and the Ocean, so I'm very surprised that Desolation decides to commit himself into that fight, sacrifices his own life for the Elder Dragon. Because of the fact that they have Ocean Soul, they can take the fight, but choosing not to take the 50-50. Instead, make the safe bet, sacrifice one for the good of the many. And now it's going to be on that Desolation, though, without the Baron, without the Elder, to continue to make himself worthwhile, because he is still their split push pressure. He is the way that they make this Baron worth it. We haven't really seen a 5-man push from this squad. UW-Madison, they can do it. They can just walk it down at University of Alberta. They have the healing cut available, but I'm doubtful as to whether they'll actually commit themselves to it, as they've seemed hesitant to so far, and are once again sending that Desolation, though, into the top side.
They need to set up just a good 1-3-1 right out in the lane just to get at least side and mid lane control. We see that at least pushing top side to set up for a water bubble, which is why they're constantly being forced back at every turn of the game, right? Because although they get all neutral objectives, they win all these fights, but the side lanes, the waves are not in the control at all. So now, the way it's looking, they have the Elder, they have Baron, they didn't make this fight count. University of Alberta, they're in a top spot. If they take a fight at their base and manage to win, they can stall the game for a little bit longer. But Madison is looking for it. They're hungry and they want their souls. As a big wave pushing in on at the base. Just one good fight to do. It's one engage is all they need. But they're chilling around and letting Barry Minions do all the work.
And there's no perfect engage for University of Alberta. There's nothing they can do. They don't have a go button. And so they're just being poked out slowly but surely. Jarlcaller commits his ultimate, but the much more valuable Wild Growth gets burned. Baron minions get cut, but the next wave is arriving. And slowly but surely, that Desolation is crashing in as well. The Nexus Tower's under fire.
Because they're fighting a 4v5 though, but they're so strong. His Ragnarok can shield right to the face, just a tons of damage. But yet again, Rizzy one is to isolate one all the way on the backside, but the Nexus is open. All they gotta do is auto-attack, but they don't even need to. The Elder execute will do more than enough, and University of Madison take game 1.
Excellently played by University of Madison there. The Badgers are strong, very, very much so. They just walk it down in a very controlled way during that early game, and what to me looks like pacifism to them continues in that control segment, because University of Alberta, with all of the knowledge they had, weren't able to ultimately stop themselves from taking these skirmishes, from giving over advantages to UW-Madison in the face of dragons that they forfeited in the early game to try and convert with Rizzy 1. The Mordekaiser never looked like a source of pressure. I kept saying, it's coming, and it never actually landed. The other shoe never dropped.
As of right now, what matters is if they have the other pair of shoes to possibly pick them back up and step on up to the challenge here, which should be a really fun and exciting time, as I believe we're about to prep for the next game. So that'll really do it for me for now. So thank you for having me on.
It's been a pleasure having you, Rob.
Yeah, man, this is a lot of fun. Good luck with the rest of the series, and friends, you're in for a really good time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Style Esports Grand Finals. You've heard me many, many times tonight, but tonight you're also going to be hearing another fine young man alongside me. Welcome to the desk, please, DJ, as he's going to be our talent for this second game, and hopefully the ones following it as UW-Madison Badgers face off against the University of Alberta.
Yes, thank you for the introduction, Dia. I'm excited for game number 2. I had a bit of an issue getting ready for game 1 with the computer, but we are back and ready to go. And already we see some adaptations. We saw what happened with that Olaf in game number 1 for UW. So Alberta just going to take that one away. They don't want Wellens to take over once again. They say, no Vikings here. No more pillaging of our objectives.
Yeah, it's interesting that they end up doing that because it means they're going to have to give up either the Rel or the Nar that they banned away last time. Same bans, however, for University of Wisconsin, as this time I want to see what that is. That's a Leona ban, leaving up, again, Hecarim, Tristana, Rel now also as things that are high priority.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of priority left. We have Udyr and Seraphine gone, but there's only one ban remaining, and it's we'll see what Alberta wants to go with. Maybe this could be the kind of option where you don't ban a priority pick to allow it to fall back to you on red side, but instead we'll just ban the Hecarim away. So we will see UW have that Rel available to them. We'll see what they do prioritize here. If it is something in Hun's wheelhouse, they're taking their time with the pick, and they're going to go Tristana.
Yeah, I like the Tristana here. It's of the two, Tristana, Rel. Tristana much more flexible, gives you a lot more ways to play the game, and they sort of forced University of Alberta into the corner where they had to ban the Hecarim, because if you're going to take away the Olaf and then give over Hecarim, you're just running it down. There's no two ways about it. After the way that we see that UW-Madison likes to play the game, there's got to be an answer there. Alistair as an answer would be a surprising first pickup for the red side, but nonetheless, they're going to take that away, not feeling comfortable on the Rel, and risking giving that over to the Badgers as well.
Wow, is this about to happen? Oh my God, it is. We got an Elise here for Alberta in phase 1 on red side. They don't even see the enemy jungler yet, and they're picking up the Spider Queen. So clearly a change in focus here for Alberta. They really want to dominate the early jungling here with this Elise pick, but there are still so many picks left, and this is a champion that has a lot of counters, both in lane and in draft. You see an Elise, and you kind of know in particular that Alberta wants to go top. They want to try to bury top. So you can kind of pick something that makes you a little bit safer in top lane. You could try to flex something. You could get a high priority jungler. There's a lot of flexibility for Badgers now seeing this pick so early, and they will respond with the other AP jungler here, Lilia, locked in for the Badgers.
Well, I really like Lilia, especially when paired with Tristana, because of the ability that it gives you to not draft a single AP lane. You can sort of lean on that Lilia a little bit if you want to. It's equivalent to drafting a Mordekaiser into an all AD comp. You just kind of go, well, we got a little bit, so it's going to be fine. We're going to have the relevant magic damage, and we'll be able to do stuff around the map. And it is going to be a little bit more of a passive style from Wellens, as opposed to University of Alberta, who with that Elise have chosen to put themselves on the front foot. And it's a very different style of play than what we saw last game, where they very much gave up the jungle, gave up the bot lane, and chose to focus around top side. This time, they are definitely taking steps in the jungle to make sure that that at least is secure. With Jinx locked in next to Alistair, they might be giving up the bot lane too, though, because Morgana was just locked in, and that's going to give you a really rough time.
Yeah, double range into the Alistair, if this Tristana does head down there, will be really difficult. It doesn't really matter what you pick. It should be difficult for Alberta to lane. Jinx does have a little bit of range on the Rockets, but just going to be hard for Alistair to exist unless they find a really good engage angle. But, most of that is just negated by the Morgana Black Shield if it is timed correctly. So I think, as you mentioned, it's going to be a bit of a tricky laning phase here for Matthew in the bottom lane. We'll have to see how he handles, and really what sort of the strategy is here for Alberta. Again, I think there's going to be a top focus because they've kind of sacked the bottom lane for the second game in a row. Hope that it does scale, but you have to make this Elise work. So you have to pick something in the top lane that works with it. Oh my God.
Oh my god! Yes! It frees you up to pick all AD lanes. The great man once said. Talon gets locked in. And I do want to point out Renekton is still up. That was something I thought was going to be locked in because it's so common with this Elise. But instead, they give it to us all the way at the same time. UW-Madison Badgers left with what on earth they're going to do into this. Do you even... I don't think you can set Tristana into this. She'll die. But I guess... I guess that's exactly no. I tell you what, you said Caitlyn mid. Caitlyn, the ultimate counter to Talon, and you leave it.
Yeah, I mean,
You like that?
Yeah, I mean, you could play it mid. I guess it's not the craziest pick ever mid, and this is a bit of a weird matchup. So it's an option, I think, for Badgers. They can kind of go whatever. I guess Fish and Valor is feeling more comfortable on the one weird thing is normally this Caitlyn Morgana lane is a very traditional duo to try to get push in lane. And this is something they should pretty easily have against Jinx Alistair, I think. So we'll see what the options are. I imagine it will be Tristana mid. That's my guess. But like you said, Tristana mid is quite vulnerable to a talent in the early levels. Like that thing could die over and over and over again. And while there is the option of, pushing into turrets as you do against roaming champions like the talent, if you're that far behind, if he kills you 3 times in lane, like you could be looking at a very uphill battle. And man, oh man, Alberta, this is like a full skill check draft. A Jace gonna come into R and R5. Like this is an insane draft from Alberta. I mean, I love it after game number 1 where things don't quite go to plan. Things fall apart. They lose the jungle with all this happening, and they're just gonna come out here and just straight skill check, because if they don't win lanes by like 2,000, 3,000 gold, like if they're not just dominating after 18 minutes, they are just going to hard lose this game.
They really are. And I mean, the one safety pin you have there is the Jinx. And UW-Madison Badgers, they do have a very squishy roster. If you get this Jinx off the ground, I see the chance for University of Alberta to take something in the mega late game, but it is going to be really rough for them. And it's all about sort of killing you on repeat, killing you on cooldown for Talon, Jace, the entire top side of the map. It's supposed to be a massacre. It's supposed to be blood in the water, painting the rift, flowing through the river. And it's something that is a totally different style from what we saw last time, where yes, University of Alberta did play strong side top, but it wasn't bloody. They just were happy and pushing. This time, there's no such sort of peace negotiation that's going to be reached between these teams. It has got to be all Woshi Garvin all day.
Yeah, this is, like you said, this is full blood, no mercy, like no battle lines drawn, absolutely none of that. Like if you're Alberta, we need to see 10 kills in 8 minutes. Like that's the kind of pacing that we want out of this team. Elise, Talon, Jace should absolutely dominate these lanes. You have the Elise to pile on to whichever one you choose, but you gotta pile on. Like you said, the Jinx is sort of a late game safety condition, but how do you Jinx as a champion that's immobile, like needs protection, Gale Force or not, if you choose to build that item, like you will die, like if you get jumped on by anyone, and they have no front line to protect this Jinx. Everyone wants to go in. Alistair is your only disengage there. There's nobody to save you. So even the team fighting against Gnar later in the game will be so very difficult, even if the Jinx is excited. So this is a hard win lane, win game, kill them all every second we can across the map for Alberta. And I'm excited to see them throw this out again. They clearly weren't happy with what happened in game 1. It looks like they're going to go to Comfort. They're going to go to lane dominant champions and just try to throw the entire house, the mortgage and everything at the...
Yeah, it's going to be, well, a game of whether UW-Madison can really outlast, because outskilling is, of course, something that can be done, but it's more in the style of the Badgers to sit back, let the game happen to them for a little while, stay even, take what's given, and then turn it on when they really need to. Put the pedal to the metal and push it through in that mid-game once they feel strong. And this time in that mid-game, they're going to have crucial tools against University of Alberta. If Talon hasn't killed you 2-3 times, there's 2 members here that are going to have Zanyas on the side of UW-Madison. We can expect a stopwatch out of Fish and Valor. I can only assume that Desolation, though, isn't going to be getting one shot. His Gnar was already banned in the first game, so we know that it's strong. And if we get to the point where UW-Madison are at 20, 25 minutes and haven't died more than 5 times, and at least one person, it's just going to be, well, it's going to be the place where UW-Madison feel comfortable playing in. And that's really what you want to avoid as University of Alberta, because it's what you gave them last time. Even just a little bit of discomfort there still was enough for UW-Madison to take the game.
Yeah, there still was enough. UW-Madison, they found their way in. They found their angle. They took all the objectives, no matter what was happening. They found a way to win the game, and that clearly did not sit well with Alberta. This, I think, like we've harped on, like, this is such a change of pace, a crazy change of pace. Like, even from last game to this game, like meta to this, like your current state of League of Legends to this, like this is a wild shift of pace. And maybe that's what they think they need to turn around what happened in game number 1. Because as you mentioned, despite all of the good drafting they did, they somehow lost the game. They lost the objectives. They couldn't hold Wellens back. So maybe this is what's required from Alberta, something just completely different, completely out of left field, to try to flip the script on its head in game number 2. I gotta say, Dia, like, I don't know how I feel about it as a draft as a whole, but I am so excited for the first 8 minutes. My eyes are going to be on Rizzy. It's going to be on Woshi Garvin, a Hong Kong player in this top side. And man, oh man, I hope we see some blood.
It is time to turn it on, DJ. So let's get ourselves into the game here at the Grand Finals at Style Esports Season 6. Your winner will be decided tonight. Game 2 coming up in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. We return to the Rift. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Dia, this is DJ, and these are the UW-Madison Badgers versus the University of Alberta. UW-Madison coming at you from the blue side as we have swapped this game around in University of Alberta. They're the hyper-aggressive solo queue top side, so we'll see how this one goes, eh?
Yeah, we will see how this one goes. And yeah, keep your eyes fixed on that top side of the map as, oh boy, Eddie, you're gonna be switching guns there quite a bit to start this one off. But yeah, we see the Jinx and the Alistair in bot lane for Eddie, but it's not going to be about them in the early game. It is all on Rizzy, Woshi, Garvin, and Hong Kong player to make this happen for University of Alberta. And man, oh man, Dia, this could be so exciting. We could see so many kills in the early game. And if we don't, or if those kills are on the side of University of Wisconsin-Madison, this could be a very, very quick game for them in number 2, because these are 3 champions in the top side that if they do not get kills, if they do not get gold, and they do not accelerate, they will fall behind and die very, very quickly later on in the game. So I'm excited to see what they can pull out if they can make this happen. They are all in advantageous matchups in this early game, so it is going to be on them to just dominate their laning phases and try to push the pace. But already getting invaded here, they are spotted, of course, our University of Wisconsin. So Woshi Garvin will know about this, should be able to path appropriately. But again, a split map trying to potentially slow down that top side as they do force Woshi to the bottom side of the map.
I really like that they still used Hunt topside to leash for Wellens, and have just decided that it's fine that Jarl Karl is in lane alone. He doesn't need to be dominating lane at this point. It's not too late yet. He's going to pick up whatever CS he can, and honestly isn't falling too far behind. I like the strat. It's a little cheesy. It's definitely not something the University of Alberta would expect, and you're trying to circumvent expectations as much as you can after game 1, because the chance is always there that University of Alberta did get a read on you, and you need to move yourself to a point where you can win the series, because once you've won 2 games, it is so much easier to close things out.
Yeah, so much easier. Momentum's on your side. You know you're just that 1 game away. You're feeling good about how the series has gone. And particularly in this case, you know, in game number 1, they win a very objective-focused game where they run around the jungle extremely well. And if you win this game, well, now that's 2 styles of game that you won. 1, very controlled. 2, very fiesta-y is, oh boy, here we go. Here we go. This is what we want to see.
Unspotted as of yet. I don't believe Woshi Garvin was actually seen going into that brush. And where did this Elise come from? All of a sudden, that Desolation Doe is just dead here. Gonna take 1 more auto into the tower, but a little bit more won't hurt anyone. Woshi Garvin goes very, very low. Rizzy 1 picks up the first blood.
Let's literally go, Alberta, making it happen. This is exactly what you want to see when you pick this top side. Woshi Garvin, with the creative pathing, uses the pressure from Rizzy to sneak into the alcove completely unspotted as he walks up, gets ready for the gank, and they spring the trap on Desolation, already losing both the summoners and first blood. This is beautiful acceleration and exactly what you need to do with this comp for Alberta.
That is the first of many, many deaths in the top side we can expect. And if many, many plays that Woshi Garvin wants to make, clearly very comfortable with the vision lines there. Makes a great play on that top side, gets Rizzy 1 ahead, gets himself an assist, and I want that next visit to be mid lane, my friend, because Hong Kong player, I don't know what a tier on Talon is doing, but I'm excited to have it proven to me.
Yeah, that is an interesting one there. You know, the tier on Jace is usually not a surprising thing, but tier on Talon, that one maybe not as much. You know, we've seen tier built on a couple of weird champions at high elo now and then. I think it's Hooney's been running a tier on a couple of top laners. So yeah, Hong Kong player will have to prove us wrong. He currently is behind in CS2 the Tristana, which is a slight bit concerning. So hopefully can get some action with Woshi Garvin as we see some trading in bottom lane, but look at the Spider coming back to top side.
Yeah, Woshi's back, and he has the flash here. Cocoon gonna land onto a minion as that Desolation, though, does absorb this gank, and that's really, really big. It's a little bit of time wasted for Elise. More importantly, that Desolation dying would have been disastrous for the top side, as the wave was in a terrible spot. Now instead, just having to back off here, doesn't look like he's gonna suffer too much.
Yeah, that's good stuff from Desolation. Already got caught once, can't really get caught again. As you mentioned, it's devastating to get caught a second time when you don't have TP already into a losing lane. But so far, so good. The first blood is bad. Is okay, hold on here. Matthew. No, he's fine.
Wellens very much taking control, knowing that the Elise is topside, pops into her jungle, and Woshi Garvin is not going to have too much left remaining on the blue side, which, good news for us, means he can stick around in top lane, where that Desolation, though, is taking some heavy trades with Rizzy Wan. It just takes one Elise Q to take you down.
Yeah, it really only does in the early game. Elise does a ton of damages. Up there you go. Beautiful spell shield. That's exactly what we talked about. This lane just very hard for Matthew. Oh, that's sad.
That's sad. That's sad. I mean, I understand you want to stop the back, but it feels really bad to miss the cannon,
Yep. And hold on here. Will she make a play? Level 6s are in it.
Have the jump available, gets himself out, and Woshi Garvin does end up showing, whereas Wellens is completely ignoring the fact that there's an Elise on the map, not trying to make any counter ganks happen, just power farming it up. And you can tell, I mean, the CS is a massive gap.
Yeah, 30 CS lead for this Lilia. Wellens feeling it at the moment, and that's kind of what, again, you would expect a little bit. Elise has to make things happen for the lanes. This is kind of why these junglers have gone out of meta, just due to the way the game works. Have an extra item slot, the EXP and gold, and it's just so valuable on Lilia, but Elise cannot function that way. Has to make ganks, has to be in lanes, has to get ahead that way, and so is probably happy sacrificing the camps. But if you fall too far behind, it just becomes a huge problem, and that's what it's looking like.
Ooh. I'm really, really spooked here because the repel is up, going to take Woshi Garvin out of some minions, and that Desolation, though, not only has no hop, but no health bar either, no mega around. Overextends a little bit in that top side, and it costs him big.
Yeah, we were just talking about Desolation absorbing pressure well, but good wave freeze comes in from Rizzy. That makes Desolation want to push up, clear that one away, and so finally another play does work out for Woshi Garvin. Was just about to mention that the last two Elise plays hadn't worked out. Well, now we got a mid play.
Christian Valor takes a bunch of damage, takes the Ignite as well, but the Exhaust coming right back. It's going to finish off Hong Kong player who's gone a little bit too aggressive. Wellens trying to finish off the kill on Matthew here. Doesn't get the last part of the Q, and Hund is going to be left without a... Oh my lord! The Super Mega Death Rocket connects. I was looking at it going, it's going to miss. I was too wrong.
Yeah, and it just nails the backing Fish and Valor. So despite a valiant effort to escape that gank, I believe the stun came in on Hong Kong player right before the last auto went in. Eddie snipes him from afar, takes him down with a Super Mega Death Rocket, and the play ends up being positive for the likes of Alberta. Nice stuff from them. They pick up a couple kills. They'll pick up priority on this Drake, but I don't quite think they can do it. Wow.
Goes for the aggressive play, does Hund, and it's a much needed one as well. Slowly but surely, the gold is going in favor of University of Alberta. It's only 3 kills, but it's 2,000 gold, and plays are needing to be made. Fish and Valor wants to make one of his own. Repel is the only thing that's available, and nothing to repel to. Should be a kill on this Elise, as Woshi Garvin going to go down in his own jungle, giving Dragon priority over to the side of UW-Madison.
Yeah, and that's really bad. It's always going to be a little exaggerated when things go wrong when you are playing an Elise, because falling behind is just so harmful. You need tempo. You need to be on the map. You need to be making things happen in this early game. We're already at 9 minutes, and while there is a 1.5K gold lead here for the side of Alberta, they're actually going to lose the first Drake because of that, setting them on any soul stacking quest, 5 minutes behind. And again, 5 minutes in the pockets of UW-Madison is absolute gold for them. That's why they left their AD carry alone at level 1, because they know it doesn't matter. They just need to get to a point where they have a couple items in their back pocket, and they're just going to start laying a train down on this Alberta composition. So the more time spent, the better it is for UW-Madison, and it's looking like the pacing right now just not quite enough from Alberta.
Matthew not having a lot to do in this bot lane will whip out the cowbell, just demonstrating his dominance over the opposing laners, but unfortunately it won't net him a kill just this time. I'm sure that next time we'll get a little bit more action in that bot lane. Fish and Valor feeling very confident in the mid lane. No armor on this Tristana, just pure straight up brawn guts. is keeping him in the game and keeping the rest of UW-Madison there as well, as the gold lead has not expanded for just a little while, and we're waiting for the next Woshi Garvin play, the one player that this team has really been revolving around, where Wellens on the other side for UW-Madison has sort of fallen to the wayside. Big hook in this bot side, though, rather binding, is going to likely net Dewey's life, as the last couple autos will come in. Auto goes over ultimately to Hunt, as Matthew also gets rooted up and taken down in a sudden display of dominance for this bot side. Wellens showing up the mid lane as well. Hong Kong player gonna be put to sleep, well invisible of all things, and gonna eat a bunch of damage. The buster shot takes him away, and Fish and Valor manages to pick up a kill.
Oh, it's devastating for Alberta, Dia. The kills have come in. We've got our 10 kills in like 10 or so minutes now. 11. Oh, again!
How does he do it?
Oh my God, Edwy, man, this guy is a massive sniper. I mean, he's just kind of shooting it straight down mid lane, I know, but he keeps getting Fish and Valor in the lane. Desolation maybe in a little bit of trouble. Oh, great sidestep.
Down here. Woshi Garvin once again tanks that tower, but not for nearly long enough to cost him his life. And Brizzy 1 is really, really far ahead of that Desolation. We can see he's chunking him for half his HP off of one accelerated shock blast.
Yeah, and despite the plays going against them in bottom lane and mid, they use that time, that tempo. They see the Lilia in mid lane to go top and really push this advantage. So I really like the counterplay from Alberta, you know, despite the fact that, again, I think time is against them. They've given themselves a pressure point here, using the early Rift Herald, dropping it in top. You know, Desolation is 0-4 after all the top lane attention, and now the Rift Herald's taken down the tier 1 turret. It's also gotten a charge onto the tier 2 turret. And suddenly, with Rizzy already on his mythic item, 30 CS ahead, they have a pressure point on that top side of the map. But oh boy, I think Jarl Karl might be in some trouble here as this wave getting pushed in.
Hong Kong players finally left the lane, and unfortunately, that means that it's ADC's time to die. Hong Kong player, though, takes a lot of damage from that tower. Ultimately will manage to survive, as that Desolation is looking for the solo kill on Dewey while the team fight is going on elsewhere. Rizzy 1 gonna try and take down Hunt. The Jinx Rocket won't end up finding anybody, as the Gnar ends up regrouping with his team. Doesn't have the ultimate anymore, but certainly does have the damage, along with Fish and Valor, to grab a kill. Woshi Garvin spots a Tristana, wild one in the brush, and nails her with the cocoon. Hong Kong player gonna go down to the flash from Wellens here, who still has the ability to chase down Woshi Garvin. No turn available for this. At least the Repeldo over the wall will buy her a little bit of time. Woshi Garvin trying desperately to get away, but it is all bad news all the time if you are a University of Alberta fan, because the last auto will take her down, gets given over to that Desolation, that puts him back in the game and evens up the kill score, evens up the gold.
Yeah, we promised you some blood in this game, and we have received it. 20 kills in 13 minutes, but in that play, an extended ace for UW-Madison, and that is devastating. Again, it's still about a 1.5K gold lead, but they continue to lose some of their tempo around the map as their entire team falls in that very long play. We even got to see the appearance of the bot lane Malphite, as Fish and Valor pulling his best tactical cosplay out, jumping into 4 enemy members and dying on the mid lane Tristana. But it doesn't matter. His team is there to clean up the rest of the kills and get themselves very, very close in the gold score. You know, we do have the next Drake spawning here in 15 seconds. We'll see what the priority is on that one. As looks like a bit of a jungle trap being set up. Did he steal it? No, Wellens picks it up.
It's a good smite from Wellens, good awareness of the fact that Rizzy was missing. Rizzy missing means that he's in bot side. Him being in bot side means that very likely this Dragon is going over to University of Alberta. Seems like they're finally making an objective play for the first time this series, and it's going to go pretty well for them, picking up that second Dragon of the game. As Hong Kong player plays a visit to that Desolation, though, who's recently gotten a little bit more gold here, but is tanking much too many turret shots for that to be going well for him. 400 gold gets put into the pocket of Hong Kong player. He'll save that one for later.
Yeah, that just seemed a bit greedy from Desolation. Now, I know they are on the Drake, and you do want to push that turret as hard as you can, but I mean, you know the enemy team is a Talon. You know, the second he drops off a vision in mid lane, you got to respect the fact that he could come over a wall and be right on you, and you are definitely not strong enough. Oh boy, good dodge from Karl, but he's dead.
Yeah, Jarl's just unfortunately taken down there. That binding, I think, is going to be long enough as Eddie almost takes the last shot there. Doesn't end up popping the heel. Manages to live just barely. What a play in this bot lane for University of Alberta. It's the game of things turning around because on one side, it's University of Wisconsin-Madison Badgers being able to clean up the whole thing. And then University of Alberta, they just sweep the bot side.
Yeah, I got to give some credit to University of Alberta because this has been an up and down game. But again, with their composition, every time they have a down, I've kind of thought, okay, this might be the death sentence for Alberta. This might be the moment that they start to fall off. But every time they seem to have a bad play, they turn around and find another good one. This time it's Edwy and Matthew on that bottom side, making it happen. And now trying to get on to Desolation.
Gonna be slowed up on the way out as Hong Kong player, but he's got plenty of wall hops to get out. The guy's playing Assassin's Creed, and, well, fortunately, means that we're at a little bit of a disadvantage when it comes to very cool knife kills and landing in bales of hay. He's gonna manage to survive. Is the side of University of Alberta off of a very cheeky invade, and even having the guts to go back in as the game is proceeding elsewhere.
Yeah, we do finally get a little bit of peace just for a moment on the map, even though Hun almost takes that Elise cocoon, and everyone now hovering around mid lane. They do see him on the ward. Hun's already pretty low.
Jarl Karl takes a chunk as well and softens him up for a potential dive in this mid lane. I think this should be another turret falling here because the Badgers can't stay around as this turret is under fire from Idui. Now excited, looks for a little bit of a rocket, a little bit of a chunk, but instead we'll take that mid-priority, turn it into a Rift Herald, and voila, you've got yourself the opportunity to make more gold.
Yeah, I really like this from Alberta. They're putting a lot of pressure on UW-Madison. Hong Kong might be in some trouble here, though.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage over time there from Wellens, and ultimately Jarl Karl with the ace in the hole will secure the kill. That Desolation, though, on this Gnar, not having a great time top side. Looking for this to the skies is Rizzy Wan. Not going to take it ultimately, as there's just a little bit too much distance between him and the Gnar. Wellens fighting for his very jungle camps here. A cocoon is eaten, but not by him as he goes golden, and Alster goes right in. Matthew trying to find the picks here is going to force two flashes out of that Desolation, though another Mega Death Rocket connects, and Idui trying to run away here is going to explode in the backline as Fish and Valor finds the assassination. Now trying to turn onto Rizzy Wan, gets another kill, and now turns onto Woshi Garvin as well. Matthew going to fall for the final kill as Fish and Valor chases him down, flashes for it, and the carries just clean up for UW-Madison.
Beautiful stuff from UW-Madison, and this is where you see the composition become a problem. It starts off very, very well for Alberta. They actually find a nice play in the choke point. They get the first kill with Edui's third snipe of the game on the Super Mega Death Rocket, but once the Jinx falls and the ultis are out, there's just not enough. These are all poked. These are all burst champions, and in that extended fight, you can see how strong Fish and Valor and Jarl Karl are for UW-Madison. They just pump out the damage. There's nobody left to take them down, and they clean up the fight. Now, just one kill down in the kill score. They do still trail by 3K gold, though. And again, got to give a lot of credit to Alberta. They've taken a lot of turrets on this map. Still have a good pressure point in top. Still, I believe, have that second Rift Herald to drop somewhere on the map. But again, every fight they lose, every Drake they lose, every objective they lose, just takes the clock that is against them and sends it a little bit further along, puts Fish and Valor and Jarl Karl on more and more items, and the longer it does go, the tougher it will get for this Alberta side.
Infernal Dragon up in just 17 seconds, though, could extend that lifeline for them. And they've got control over the river right now. Hunt lands a binding, but nobody is around to back it up. That Desolation trying to play frontline over here. Won't last long if he gets caught out as Woshi Garvin looking for the kill here. Absorbs the Black Shield and now needs to hop over the wall. That's no mobility on your Gnar. And ultimately, the Dragon gets started up by the University of Alberta. They want to secure this one. They want to get themselves that extra damage, but Wellens is pushing in, has his own ultimate available if he manages to get it. Although Fish and Valor gets shut down before the fight even starts. Super Mega Death Rocket chunks out multiple members. That Desolation gets deleted. Wellens is the same, and now it's just Jarl Karl left as Hunt desperately tries to peel for his AD carry. It is not going to be enough. Jarl Karl is the last remaining target, the last remaining member. The ace gets completed from the University of Alberta, and while the Dragon falls, so will the towers for UW-Madison.
Dia, Alberta has done it. They find the perfect fight there. What a flank angle from Hong Kong player hiding in the river brush. Nobody spots him out. Nobody even thinks to check. And the person who eventually does walk up to the bush, it's Fish and Valor, likely the strongest member on UW's composition. He gets absolutely obliterated before the fight can even start. And in the panic that ensues, it's Alberta just piling on top of UW-Madison. They take them all down for the ace. They get a turret in top lane, the inhibitor in mid lane. They're falling back to Baron. I think it's risky for them to go in that direction, especially with their jungler on the bottom side. But the pings are still coming out. They may want to turn on to this. I hope they don't. Let's keep an eye on Woshi Garvin here as he comes back out onto the map. We'll see what's going to happen. Are they just going to start this one up for UW-Madison? No, just going to clear Vision away and back off.
Oh my God, no! That would be a play to end of the game, because the 3,000 gold that Baron would certainly net University of Alberta would push them to very, very close to that 10,000 gold mark. Just 100 off right now, and that is not a significant enough difference for you to take solace in. UW-Madison have to play this game on a knife's edge. Can't afford to lose much more, as Hun constantly waiting separate from the team, looking for these bindings here. Dragon gets started up and there's no response. Jarl Karl's on the bottom side of the map and it's already at half HP as I finish the sentence.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just going to fall. They're going to have a tough time exiting the river. They're afraid of Hong Kong player being there, and it is just going to go down for Alberta.
That's now a Baron and almost a 10,000 gold. They're 2,000 gold off, and let's see if they can complete that, push themselves to that, what we love to see is like or what we like to call a almost inevitable victory. Once you hit that 10,000 gold, University of Alberta making this game work so much faster and more efficiently for them just when they need to, just when the timer is running out. That's when they use their power the most.
Yeah, they have, again, in my opinion, they have surprised me time and time again in this game. You know, they lose a fight, 3 members, 2 members, and they just turn it right back around. They find another angle. They have been so resilient in this game, despite having a composition that seemed like it just needed to get the early game perfect. They have found flanks, they have found angles in fights, they have found setups and pressure. They are doing brilliantly here, so far ahead, pushing into the enemy base. And look at the damage coming out here. Welland's trying to make a play, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good flash, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough here. Matthew almost gets taken down. There's the Gnar into the wall, though. Finds the stun, and it could be the assassination onto the Jinx that they need. Rizzy1 jumps in, doesn't find a kill. Fish and Valor dancing around the side here. Woshi Garvin goes gold and gets a double kill here. Jarl Karl needs to take him down, but can't find the last down. Needs to flash away to survive. A triple kill goes over to Woshi Garvin. Rizzy1 secures the Caitlyn, and Fish and Valor is left all alone on the Rift as the last tower in this bot lane is going to fall for University of Alberta. They're going to be able to access UW-Madison's inhibitor and destroy their base all on one Baron push. You all right there, DJ? You recovering? DJ's gone. May he rest in peace. It was too much for me. The internet, it could not handle the sheer amount of amazing that was placed on the Rift by the University of Alberta, who now get to continue in their dominance with no real fear of it being stopped. 3 inhibitors is basically a game won. You can see it in the way they're playing right now. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 members moving down that mid lane, and that should spell the end of the game, as the gold lead is still very nearly at that 10,000 mark, but it is not, as we said before, a significant enough difference to take solace in that distillation. He's flanking with the Gnar ultimate here, but he is going to get blown up before he can use it. Same thing happens to Wellens, and now you find yourself in a 3v5 with no hope in this game. It is going to be University of Alberta keeping themselves in this series as they mow down the Nexus and move us to a game 3 here on the Rift. Fish and Valor gets destroyed, as does the Nexus, and University of Alberta looks so good off game 2.
Incredible performance here from University up the draft. for the top side, and they make it work. They make it work. I haven't seen a talent in God knows how many months, and they absolutely smurf this team comp. They smurf the game, and they find a way to get it done and take game 2.
It's so spooky to see this kind of play style as UW-Madison Badgers, because it's not a meta play style. It's not something that you're used to playing into. So if you start banning out things that changed the game this time, you're just giving over a bunch of meta power picks. And this is the danger of a volatile roster. Now, the onus is on UW-Madison Badgers to turn things around, to find a way to play the game the University of Alberta can't answer, that they have to adapt to, because meta just doesn't need to be played anymore. This series, this meta has been broken wide open, and here at Style Esports, the only way that we can find out what's going to happen next is by getting ourselves into a Game 3, DJ. I'm going to throw us to a very quick break. We'll be right back with that third game as University of Alberta go up against UW-Madison Badgers once again. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the draft of UW-Madison Badgers versus the University of Alberta. You'll notice the University of Alberta has stayed on the same side here. They've stayed on that red side. We'll have the last pick and potentially could be whipping out that Talon again. Not the Talon's last pick, but I'm just praying. I'm living on a prayer here, DJ, because I loved last game. I loved seeing the chaos that ensued, and it seemed like both teams did have an edge there. We'll see how the Badgers have adapted.
Yeah, that was just chaos incarnate in that game number 2. So many things happening all over the map. You know, initially great plays coming out for Woshi Garvin. Then a couple of ganks didn't go wrong. And you were like, oh, no, it's all over for Alberta. Their comp's never going to scale. And then they would turn it around. Ed, we get double kills in the bottom lane with Matthew. And then all of a sudden there's an ace against them. And you're like, oh, they're done. But like, no, then they just turn it around again. There's just more kills and everything happening. And now, you know, we see the bans are fairly similar, but we really have no idea what could be picked. You know, Alberta have shown us a basically 3 assassin comp in the top side of the map now that we just have not seen forever.
Oh my God.
We could see anything from them. And now we see a B1 Nidalee from UW-Madison.
That is certainly an adaptation. It is certainly something crazy. And Kha'Zix would be even crazier here. Please don't play with my heartstrings like this, University of Alberta. But this is certainly a Welland-centric comp here. We've only got a few seconds here. I am not sure. Okay, Alistair does make a lot more sense.
Yeah, we both wanted it there, Dia, but, you know, I think you can play Kha'Zix, but R1 Kha'Zix, I don't know about that.
Yeah, for right now, they're going to play a little bit more safe. As I say that, though, we're just going back to exactly what we had last time. And as much as I say that, you know, like I pause after the a little bit more safe and then they lock in Elise, it is still a lot safer than something like a Kha'Zix because it's a proven quantity here for University of Alberta. They already know they can win a game with it. Whereas the Badgers have yet to prove that they can actually contest with an Italy.
Yeah, though we'll have to find out. This Nidalee picked preemptively, and it seems like Woshi Garvin completely comfortable playing into that champion as well. He goes right back to the Elise. Kaisa going to come through for UW-Madison, a little bit of a different angle than the Jinx that they played. That was, than the Caitlyn, so not going to go with that pushing lane here this time around. Kaisa Leona will be locked in, so maybe looking for a little more lockdown in general instead of the skill shot reliant Morgana with the end of this phase 1. And here we go. Let's see what Alberta's got cooking. They've already got the Elise. Will we see the return of the Talon?
Oh my God.
Instead we see a Callista. Let's go.
I love that University of Alberta go, hold the phone. You thought last time was early game. We can get an early game bot lane as well. We can throw everything at the wall. And now Callista is going to be able to get off the ground a lot faster than that Jinx. Be able to run rampant with this Alistair. No puns intended here. And I don't think there's a lot of leeway for UW-Madison to adapt.
Yeah, frankly, I'm actually, as opposed to last time when we were kind of messing around or didn't have a lot of expectation about the draft, I kind of love this. Like, Callista has been proven to be great into Kaisa in the early game, and they did. They take the Talon away, but they left it open. Let's see what we got here. Akali, okay.
Okay, not even going for the fizz. They just keep doubling down to University of Alberta. They throw early game after early game at the wall. We don't technically know where this Akali is going, but I'm waiting on their top laner because that's what I expect to be next.
Yeah, and I think this should be a mid Akali. You know, Alberta did save counter pick for Rizzy in the last game. I expect they'll do the same here on red side. It's, you know, they keep picking red side. They keep staying here. They've been here the whole series, so they're clearly comfortable with that approach. You see a Maokai coming in top side, most likely for Desolation. So looking for some tank, try to make it a little bit harder to dive, to blow up than a Gnar. You know, mini Gnar, of course, very, very susceptible. Can be risky going into Mega Gnar, but you time it right, easy to kill, and we did see that be the case for Desolation in that last game. We'll give him something a little more consistently chunky, and the Annie gonna come in as the hard counter to Akali. I think
it's actually an Annie. There's no correction in the chat here. This isn't a pro draft bug, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting one of the most exciting drafts I have seen in Style Esports because of the stakes and the picks at the same time. Callista, Akali, Elise, Annie, Nidalee, what is happening?
Wait, what if you went Callista top here and picked a different ADC?
Imagine if they did that. Imagine if they did that.
Okay.
They're not going to, but imagine if they had heard you. The havoc that could have been wreaked on the Rift would have been insane. But instead, it'll be yet another lane that is meant to take advantage of its counterpart. They're set into Maokai. Should not be a fun time for Maokai.
Wait, is that I think it's a Kale.
Wait a minute. Oh, interesting. You know what? I like this as their late game insurance, actually.
Yeah. So I was gonna say I was a little uninspired with that R5 pick set into Maokai. If I was being honest, the Kale a little more on brand, I would say, from what we saw from Alberta last game. Gonna go with that late game insurance in the top side. It is a pretty solid matchup, I would say, into Maokai. If you avoid getting jumped on, at level 1 or 2 into a gank, you should be okay. Try to get your ranged form. The one concern I have about Alberta's composition here, while I love the Callista into the Kaisa, as always, if you can play that one, this is a triple AP top side for them. So the itemization going to be super easy for both Desolation and for Fish and Valor.
Yeah, it's going to really feed into Desolation as well. When I think of Maokai, I do think of Magic Resist and the ability to really pump up on that healing. And I am concerned about a split map again, because UW-Madison, if they get the map split that isolate in a way that isolates that Maokai, it's going to be a living hell for him, because we're going to have the same situation as last time, where all of a sudden Desolation is the only tank and he's 0 and 7. And at that point, none of UW-Madison can play the game.
Yeah, if you don't have a front line, it's just so easy to get on you. We saw it last game. Even with the range, Jarl Carl just couldn't stay alive. This time, he's going to opt for the Kaisa, who's very short range. Can just jump onto the back line, has the reposition. So I think looking for a little more flexibility in his team fighting so that he can stay alive. But he's got his own hands full in this bottom lane, because even if you build up your MR in top lane, if Desolation can stay alive, you got to not die 3 times in lane to Callista as Kaisa, which can be very, very hard if the Callista is well piloted. Alongside an Alistar should be a very difficult duo to play into. Leona does have lockdown, but it's still going to be very, very tricky. And it's going to be a big responsibility for Yarkarl to stay strong, to stay away, just don't let this Callista get fed. Stay relevant in that lane and try to allow Desolation, allow Desolation and Wellens to play together. Let Wellens help Desolation out. Make sure you have that front line. Make sure he's not diveable to try to slow this Alberta comp down, because again, they're looking for the same thing they did in game number 2. They want to kill early. They want to smash early. And if all goes wrong, they want to hope that Rizzy can bail them out.
But do you think that they can do it again? Because this time, UW-Madison have seen them do it once. They know the general game plan, and University of Alberta, they aren't going to be able to pull off that top lane Elise gank again. You can only assume. I mean, we are in the finals after all. The team's adaptabilities have been tested.
Yeah, we've already seen a ton of adaptability be tested, and now it really is UW-Madison's turn. We saw it from Alberta. They didn't go well in game number 1. They clearly didn't like the style of the play that happened in game number 1. So they say, screw it, we're throwing it in the trash can. We're bringing out something completely different, and works like a charm. I mean, beautiful game 2 from them, playing to their win conditions perfectly. They're going to roll that back out for game 3. It's UW-Madison's turn to adapt. We saw the Nidalee pulled out for Wellens. So I'm looking at him. If you prioritize this jungler, you need to dominate. Try to slow this Elise down, counter gank effectively, heal your teammates, whatever the case may be. But if you're going to prioritize your jungle pick against what I think you can expect will be another aggressive draft from Alberta, I think you got to deliver on it as the jungler.
Yeah, we'll see if they can, as this is the game that will put somebody at match point here. We'll move somebody to that point, but they've almost won the series, almost walked away with the prize. But game 3, to me, in the best of 5, is the hardest game, especially when we are at 1-1. So let's move ourselves over to a quick break before we get onto the Rift, and me and DJ will see you there. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to UW-Madison versus University of Alberta Game 3 here in the grand finals of Style Esports. And we have finally made it here to a game that somehow is even crazier than the game that we saw in the second one of the series. Already starting with a 5-man and topside. What's up?
Did they spot him? I think they spotted him. I think Rizzy saw him coming in. Yeah. Unluck here from the side of UW-Madison, as they will be forced to walk away from the areas. Rizzy got the spider senses tingling here in the early stages of the game. But yeah, as you were saying, Dia, we've already got some chaos. We had some chaos in draft again. An Annie coming out from Fish and Valor to try to lock down Hong Kong player. The Nidalee out from Wellens. So many adaptations already, but this time around, instead of just all on the top side, we still got to watch Woshi Garvin. I will be watching Eldui in this lane. He had a great game on that Jinx, and now he's set up to win lane again. But we're going to have a skirmish here.
Hunt is just walking into 4 people right here. He's going to eat a bunch of spears right now, and on his way out, Woshi Garvin's still alive there, but Hunt, not so lucky, is going to eat the first blood there. Going over to Matthew as well, and is kicked out of his own jungle, and Woshi gets to claim this red buff.
He should, but the rest of the team's coming here.
Yeah, we could see a few more kills right now. Wellens still trying to stay alive here. Does smite for the health. Needs to get over the wall in time. Will end up flashing. I don't know why we're looking at topside. There's clearly much more action happening in bot. But as I say that, Rizzy, Juan, and Desolation are duking it out. Looking like one of them's almost lethal. We cut back down to the bot side. Fish and Valor's dancing around looking for this. The spear almost finds Woshi Garvin. A stun comes in on a Hong Kong player. He could be next to the ignite. It's gone down. Jarl Carl picks up the kill. Another spear is going to land as Wellens is just chucking these in from the side. And finally, it seems like University of Alberta are going to be forced to back away. Another stun lands. Dewey gonna fall, and it's a double kill for Jarl Carl at the 2-minute mark.
Oh my God, Desolation might die here.
He actually might. The tree is very, very low right now, although does have quite a bit of sustain. Barely survived. Oh my God, this is League of Blinking Health Bars right now. It's already less than 3 minutes in, and UW-Madison are at the throats of Alberta and vice versa. Oh my God, Rift Hair.
I can't even. Dia, what is happening, man? Like, this is the part of the scrim block where you have this opening and you just go, okay, we're remaking. We're going next. Like FF remake. Like, who cares? Like, we got to look across at what actually went down. So 2 kills end up in the back pocket of Jarl Carl on this Kai'Sa. Still has both his summoner spells. Meanwhile, Edwy gets an assist and a death, loses both summoner spells. So already set up for success is Jarl Carl in this bottom lane. The only kill coming through for Matthew, unfortunately, on the side of Alberta. It's a 3-1 kill score lead early on here for UW-Madison as the lanes finally do get started in earnest. But man, oh man, we have what a departure from game number 1, where it seemed like we would have, this normal, strategic, like classic BO5 final between the 2 best teams in the league. And no, the next 2 games, this is just a bar fight. This is just a brawl, like just straight up. People just like throwing everything they have at each other as Matthew takes a huge chunk in bottom lane. And there is no way we should not expect more kills with the way these 2 teams are playing right now.
Especially because Woshi Garvin has just finished up his clear right now and is on the bot side of the map. There are no wards in the river for UW-Madison, and Woshi Garvin, he definitely wants it.
Oh, he wants it. He's going to go the long way. I don't know if they spot him. By the way, Hund is still level 1 on this Leona. They're going to spot it out.
Oh, gets the stun down, though, and the cocoon is going to connect, but very far into the tower is Jarl and very far away from Eddie, which will spell his safety as Desolation goes aggressive in this top side here. Has come back with that Doran's shield and the pot. Plenty of sustain on the Maokai, but no teleport, unfortunately.
Yeah, no teleport available. We'll just shut this wave in as though Rizzy farming up pretty well. I do gotta, okay, nope, I don't get to say anything because more plays from Woshi.
Fishing Valor is running here, tries to trade back onto Woshi, has the stun available, and Wellens on the side here as that spear doesn't connect, but he still might get the kill. Flash forward, almost gets it, gets the stun onto Woshi Garvin, but Ignite comes down to the Hong Kong player, and now Wellens jumps forward with a leap of faith, finishes off the kill onto the Ninja in the mid lane, and claims another kill for the Badgers.
And that's what we like to see. Wellens gets that B1 Nidalee, and he's gonna pick up another kill, or excuse me, already 2 assists. It looks like the Ignite from Annie actually picked up the kill. So Fish and Valor, we're going with that one, but Wellens making it happen now, stealing jungle camps away. This is what you want from the man who you prioritized in draft. If you're gonna go to a bar fight, give your best fighter their best weapon. They hand the Nidalee over, and now he is fighting back alongside UW-Madison. 4-1 up in the kill score and looking good in the early game.
Looking incredible right now, and honestly, so is everyone else, with the exception of the top side. Everyone on the UW-Madison is exceedingly well set up to do this full court press here because everybody is, well, pretty fed. Considering the fact that it's 6 minutes into the game, this is nothing to scoff at. Fish and Valor puts on the dancing shoes as well, gets out from another Woshi Garvin gank, and this Elise just has not had the impact that she wanted to in the early game.
Yeah, just really not having it. Rizzy here going to be in trouble as the gank is showing up. Does have Flash coming off cooldown, but it's not quite there yet. We'll just accelerate away. Yeah, that was some... Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that was really fast. that was a nice escape, and that's going to be a dragon because of the escape. So well done to Rizzy as he's, like you said, really the one part of the map working out here for Alberta in the early part of the game. He will earn them some pressure on bottom side, and that turns into the first Drake.
Yeah, that first Drake of the game, the Cloud Drake, actually giving a surprising amount of stats in the earlier stages of the game, especially. I'm excited to see that one go down so quickly into University of Alberta, no less, that have really turned around their objective focus since that first game where they tried and failed, but hey, trying and failing is something that you do have to do and get to do in these best of fives to achieve the ultimate result that they certainly found in game 2. Let's see if they can repeat it in game 3, because right now it's a pretty tall order. That Desolation, you may notice that there's a kill walking him. It's because he has no mana. So he really can't do anything here, and it's just going to take the harass, end up going back under the tower and back to base in short order.
Yeah, and just a little bit more from Rizzy might have been enough to take down the kill, but just runs out of room there. Doesn't feel comfortable going under the turret with the ulti. Will force Desolation back and will allow this CS score to continue to build up. Rizzy has done very well for himself in this top side, escaping a gank, being very high on CS, will be feeling good about his place in the game as his team tries to get themselves back into it. They are trailing by 1K gold at the moment and just trying to find something back, particularly Woshi Garvin, who again, on this Elise, trying to gank 16 CS down, but like you said, has really not found a whole lot for himself just yet, but they're trying to change that here with a 4-man dive in bot lane.
They could definitely change it. Hunt just now knows, pops the Eclipse just in time, and it's incredible amount of tankiness on this Leona, but he's not even the target. Jarl Karl is the one in their sights. The shutdown goes on to this Elite Hong Kong player, able to escape from under the tower, and it's a clean tower dive in the bot lane for the University of Alberta, evening up the kill score and evening up the gold.
Yeah, that was super nicely played, in particular by Matthew there. You saw the spidey senses coming out from Hund. They knew that the mid laner was missing. They saw the wave pushing in. Hund's standing by the bush, knowing that there's probably something coming. They initially go onto Leona because that's the target in front of them, but it's Matthew making the flash engage. He knocks both players up. Stops the AD carry from returning damage, and once that CC comes through, they switch focus, take down the squishier member, and then take their time returning to the support who is just left up a creek without a paddle. As more trading coming in topside, they continue to pressure bot lane here. This is a good response from Alberta.
They're keeping so much XP away from Jarl and Hund, and Wellen isn't even focused on it, just looking for Rizzy in this top side. Could be a really good dive here, but Hund being pressured by Eddie. It's disaster in this bot side. Make it up in the top lane right now as Desolation does end up dodging the charge shot, flashing away at the last second as well, giving over a kill to Wellens. And finally, UW-Madison are able to make their way back into the bot lane with the backup of Fish and Valor. Gun goes to the engage, doesn't quite find it, and Fish and Valor doesn't have his flash either. Will back away.
Yep, good flash for flash there. Then Boone looking for the engage to allow Fish and Valor to get in there. Edwy just smartly uses his own to get away. Would likely have died if he'd gotten stunned up. So nothing will happen, but a good dive in the top side to respond to the bottom lane pressure. A very nice patience from Desolation, holding on to the Twisted Advance until the ulti had come out. Keeps Rizzy away from his jungler. That allows the turret dive to go off without a hitch. It does cost him his flash, but that is a price you are very willing to pay to shut down this Kayle in top side and make a good play on the opposite side of the map.
I'm kind of iffy here because I know that this is a long time ago now, but my mind is already all the way back in Worlds where we saw Kindred do much the same thing, just zoning the bot lane off of multiple waves of CS, and it ended up changing the entire game. Right now, off of just that alone, Eddie is up an entire level and 20 CS at the moment, so actually spending that time and getting the complete zone is more than worth it for the University of Alberta. And as much as it was answered back by the Badgers, there's the chance for it to be the thing that changes the game, as even though that kill went down on a Kayle, Desolation is having no better of a time.
Yeah, it's always going to be a little tricky for the Maokai as the game progresses. You have some pressure in the early levels when the Kayle is, melee range or doesn't have a lot of damage. But as the levels tick up, you're just going to take more and more poke because you just can't get away. Fish!
Oh, Tibbers gets dropped here, but Stun's still in Fish and Valor's pocket, ends up finding the Q there, and takes down the kill from long range. Now getting away as the rest of the skirmish continues, but goes back in to get assassinated by Hong Kong player. Ends up getting a double kill. Very worthwhile trade for this Annie. Doesn't end up surviving, but now as Jarl Karl looks to go aggressive, Matthew's going to whip the Pulverize, and that is more than likely going to spell his doom, but I forgot there was a Callista in the game. Eddie just picks him up, walks him out.
Yeah, now they're actually going to re-engage. They got the TP. This is going to be more
Teleport
chaos.
bot. Wellens is looking for this rip here, or rather Eddie is looking for it, jumps back in, does well, doesn't find the kill, but Jarl Karl wills, he flashes forward, gets himself a double, and now it's a Kayle all alone, and Desolation is here to lock you up. Hong Kong players arrived as well though, looking for the AoE to narrow down these, as a triple kill lands for Jarl Karl, he might just go down, Woshi Garden finishes him off with the Q, and Hong Kong player looking for Hunt is gonna settle for Desolation. Trade for kills go back and forth, but ultimately will be Fish and Valor showing back up one more time, looking for a few more. That Desolation is still alive on single-digit HP, almost escaped, but Hong Kong player flushes for the kill, then gets himself back in onto this Annie. Woshi going under the tower. Hong Kong picks up yet another. The shutdowns, the kills, they go back and forth, but finally we have an ending.
Man, oh man, what a brawl. It is literally everything expended from both teams. I believe in the extended play, it ends up being a 4-for-3 in the favor of Alberta due to that last cleanup kill onto Fish and Valor. But do keep in mind that all 3 kills went over to Jarl Karl on this Kai'Sa. Now 5-2-1 is actually ahead of Edwy on gold despite being frozen off of 2 waves earlier in the game. Just completed the Gale Force as well. So some good fighting from Alberta as they spend all of their TPs, all of their resources to win the fight. But still, all of the gold is stacked onto the correct member for UW-Madison. And Jarl Karl will be set up to be the carry member. As Matthew just got to walk away here from Hoon. He's going to collapse down, but he does have support.
God, are we getting another one? We're so ridiculously close to it, as both these teams really are hunting for their next prey. The dragon seems to be it, as Rizzy 1 is walking down. No teleport on that Desolation. Might be yet another dragon going in the favor of University of Alberta. No contest from the UW-Madison Badgers. Instead, going to take themselves that mid tower, get themselves the first one of the game, and choose to trade gold for power.
Yeah, I don't really mind that trade so much from UW-Madison. I think it's not a bad idea at all. You are up about 1.5K gold. It's still only the second Drake for Alberta. You're not on soul point. You can easily scale up, get to your item breakpoints before the next Drake does spawn, and maybe have a more even team fight there. It was basically a mythic to mythic, as Jarl Karl had the Gale Force. Hong Kong player had the Rift Maker. That Xenoblade going to go a little bit wide here. Are we going to have a dive here? I was gonna say, can you dive a Kale?
I don't think that's a legal move, a legal maneuver at this point in the game. Level 9 there. Level 9 for Hong Kong player as well, but he's ignoring Leona at the moment, just looking for that juicy Jarl. A 300 gold bounty. Ain't doing anyone no harm. Hong Kong player is not going to end up committing for it, though. Certainly not past this thick Leona, and ultimately will back away, taking just that first tower for the side of University of Alberta. First turret, of course, already having gone over to UW-Madison, so they're going to take their second in the top lane.
Yep, trading just coming in across the map. I do got to give a shout out to Rizzy for backing before they moved up once again, after taking that chunk from Wellens. Realize that the wave likely going to get pushed in. He is very much on the weak side of the map, so does just give that turret up and stays alive as the entirety of Alberta moves to the bot lane to guarantee the secure on that first turret in the bottom lane. Try to continue getting Edwy to a point of power. Again, 30 CS up, but all the kills that have come onto Jarl Karl have made it essentially even in terms of overall gold in that bottom lane. So we'll have to see if that's worth it for them in the long run. They are missing that mid and top turret, so a lot of map pressure available for UW-Madison. We'll have to see how they use it, as they are trying to get some vision at the moment, but it is being cleared out by Alberta.
It's going to be a war of vision this game, and one that right now where Desolation is going to ultimately win, as he's the ultimate ward here, taking down Woshi Garvin, ultimately helping Wallens there as he nails that spear, gets another one over the wall, and Hund is going to end up picking up a kill. Well worth it for his trouble, as this Leona has been everywhere and picking up kills wherever she do go. Jarl Karl liberated in this mid lane now with no Woshi on the board.
Yeah, Woshi going to be gone. Jarl Karl moving up to mid, and it's just a good catch from UW-Madison. They walk into the river. They see Woshi trying to get vision down and say, hey, you're a little out of position. Get some nice CC lock. Wellens absolutely blows him up with a Night Harvester spear, and they are able to follow up onto the support as well. So lovely pick in the river. Going to give a lot of map control to UW-Madison as they get wards into the enemy jungle. They continue to push up in that middle lane, and will grow that gold lead to about 2.5K. Oh boy, Edwy.
That's a very, very isolated minion right there. That's that doesn't look like any fun.
Yeah, that's that's you're just way too far up there. I mean, you gotta know after your jungler went down that they definitely have vision in your jungle. You just cannot be that high up the lane as an AD carry. It's so easy for Wellens to come behind you, jumping over the wall. If he has any form of support, you're always going to get locked up. There's plenty of CC drafted on this team, and that's exactly what happened. So Edwy probably going to be kicking himself a little bit, knows he made a mistake, and will hopefully not make that one again in this game, as it is Alberta trailing by quite some margin now. It's nearly 3K at 18 minutes. They do have 2 Drakes in their name, but this third one's coming up in 1 minute and 5 seconds. And if you don't win that fight, that's another 5 minutes for the likes of UW-Madison to extend their gold lead, to extend their power, and continue to look to get Jarl Karl to a carry position. So we'll have to see how that third Drake does go. I think it'll be critical for Alberta to win the fight and take the Drake.
Yeah, they need this for certain, as they would put them in much the same position as I believe I saw earlier today with that. Oh, yeah, there we go. It was this series. I've already cast 2 best of 5s today. I'm super confused. It would put them in the same position as they were earlier today, with just needing that last soul to close it out. And UW-Madison definitely should know that that position is one that University of Alberta gifted to them before. They don't want to return the favor here, as it's not about being nice, it's about winning games of League of Legends. And right now, that does mean punishing these overextensions that evidently are happening in the bot lane, as Hong Kong player pushed up a little bit too far, and Wellens looks for him, not going to walk into the bush against him here, but great spear there. Is going to take Wellens right onto Hong Kong player's face. Another spear almost connects to the tower. That minion playing the MVP there for him.
What? Hong Kong, what was that? I mean, the back was completed. I don't know if he wanted to try to interrupt the Rift Herald or something, but nearly threw away his life trying to pop out of that bush when it looked for all the world like he had made it back home already. So does have to expend the flash, maybe trying to kill time for this top wave push, but your top wave push is never going to outpush a Rift Herald. So I'm not quite sure what the macro call was here from University of Alberta, and they're just going to lose out across the map to UW-Madison.
Yeah, I'm very, very happy, though, with the way that UW-Madison punished that overextension. As much as University of Alberta did give this away, UW-Madison also took it as Hong Kong player could not approach that fight any longer. They get themselves the first dragon here, and though Seoul is quite a ways away, scaling is not, as we're already at that 20-minute mark, and University of Alberta are still trailing to the tune of about 4,000 gold, and that is not where you want this composition to be. They've doubled down on their early game here. They do not have a Jinx. They just have that Kale in the back line, and Rizzy 1 is somebody who can be stunned, who can be rooted, who can be knocked up, and those all abound for UW-Madison.
Yeah, I'm with you, Dia. I kind of think we're getting pretty close here for Alberta, basically having Rizzy as the only win condition. Like, your Callista is not really ahead. It's 40 CS, but again, the gold on these 80 carries is essentially even. Actually, Jarl Karl still a little bit ahead, so not behind like they were in game one. Is the side of UW-Madison. Oh my goodness!
Rizzy gets almost deleted right there. That's the win condition, by the way, and he doesn't look too hot right now. Looking a little sickly, is going to retreat his way back, not only just under his tier 2, but into his base as the repel for Woshi. Garvin comes down. Eddie finally manages to save his support when the front line boots Hund back onto the tower, gets another kill. Hong Kong player goes forward, full health right now, but for how much longer? There's a lot of burst right here, and recognizing that, the precision will take him out. That perfect execution from Akali, providing incredible value and incredible slipperiness.
Yeah, lovely turnaround here. Let's see if Woshi can get out. Ooh.
Oh, he's going for it. Wellens, there's no spiderlings there anymore, just takes the kill where it stands, slaps the spider down, and now has control completely over the jungle. It does end up being a 1-for-1 in the extended trade.
Yeah, 1-for-1 in the extended trade. A little unfortunate that Woshi does go down at the end of the play, but a nice turnaround nonetheless. Oh no, Edwy.
That's rough right now, but I dare say Edwy taking that chunk is better than the rest of them, because right now this Callista ain't doing much but absorbing damage, as bad as it sounds. The problem is, with somebody being chunked out, it's still a 4v5 if you approach this Baron, recognizing that the Badgers turn onto it.
Yeah, teleport's gonna come out. They do not want to give this up.
Double teleport, make it, as we're gonna get a Maokai here as well. Desolation, very, very isolated, but that solar flare finds D. Eddie gets deleted. Hong Kong player takes the spear, but make it the Elise that gets taken down first. It's now, it is the last bits. The cleanup clue, Rizzy 1 and Hong Kong player escaping under that tower are not long for the world. Jarl Karl takes one, Wellens takes another, and UW-Madison clean house.
Yeah, everybody dead here except for the support. Lovely fight from UW-Madison and a great catch by Hund to start it off. It lands directly onto Edwy. And with the Callista removed so early from the fight, there's not enough damage. There's not enough team fight coordination. It's an easy cleanup and an easy Baron going to go over to UW-Madison. And they are primed to take this game and push to match point.
Yeah, Hund notices that Baron was tickling him, and as he does to everybody on University of Alberta, the Baron should be no different. It touches him, they die. Now gets to back with the rest of his team, pick up their items. It is almost a full item advantage for Jarl Karl right now, who has headed out of the base, so I want to check how much gold he's got. Okay, so he's actually only about half an item up right now, but it'll only be getting worse from here on out. And the rest of the team, lots of bursts to continue to contest here. The tankiness, the tanky members, just really not there for the University of Alberta. They got him an Alistair, but he is not playing a whole lot of soak-up damage.
Yeah, Alistair not playing, not soaking a ton of damage at this point. You know, he is only a support with that Locket of the Iron Solari, so not the tankiest member that there is. And there's just not enough here in this composition, particularly with the 2, 4, and 6 Elise that, you know, at this point in the game, behind on gold, behind on objectives, a lot of vision in your own jungle, very few turrets off the map. You really only have one in top and bottom, not even the mid tier 1 falling. It's just really hard to get anything done. You lose team fights extremely hard if they are front to back, because like you said, there's just not enough front line for you. So your carries really have to navigate it super well. And that's really hard against the Leona and a Maokai, as we saw in that last fight. So this will only get harder. And unfortunately, again, their main win condition, I think, is Rizzy. And Rizzy is not that strong. 150 CS, still only level 12. I mean, Desolation is level 13. Wellens has a 200 CS and is level 15. So this Kale, nowhere really near carrying the game just yet. And I don't think they're going to have enough time for him to truly scale up as, oh boy, Hong Kong player in a dance of death here with the enemy team.
You know, Wellens has just kept him here, and Hong Kong players got to commit, try and get a kill somewhere, but it ain't going to be enough. Jarl Karl's going to pick that up very, very easily and now move themselves really wherever they want, as it is the Badgers that control the Rift. They get to mushroom all over the place, if anybody remembers those days, and continue their reign of terror as that Desolation starts off with the engage. Woshi Garvin does manage to dodge it for the time being, but that spear is not going to be the same story. Hunt continues to fight on the other side. Jarl Karl joins him and makes this an Eddie sandwich, as Matthew is not going to be able to peel for him. Now being able to soak the damage finally as one of the last remaining members, but that's all he's doing, as a double kill ends up going to Jarl Karl, putting him in 9 kills of the 22 that UW-Madison have. And they're finally, after wiping the members of University of Alberta, going to turn their attentions to the base.
Yeah, and honestly, this might just be the end. There's not a whole lot of wave clear. Rizzy has some, but he has to step up to do it. He's going to die. Oh, dang.
He's gone. Hong Kong players not allowed to play the game. Fish and Valor will go down. Woshi Garvin's response to this chance that they can hold on here as Hong Kong player tries for the 1v4. Can't be focused right now, and Jarl Karl is the one being taken down. Does not have the safety. Gets shut down by Hong Kong player. And now the flash forward from Desolation. Wants to try and take down Woshi Garvin, but Eddie's on the chase here. And University of Alberta, in their last dying breaths, do manage to turn this game around and buy themselves a little bit more time. Is it going to be enough? Who knows? But for right now, it will save their lives.
Yeah, it's funny that we talk about Alberta keeping the clock alive here, as it was sort of on the other foot the entire time, trying to stay alive, stay in the game against this early game composition, but they do just manage to hold off the death push there. Slight bit of an overstay from UW-Madison, but I can understand their eagerness. They likely thought the game was in their hands, but unfortunately, Jarl Karl just could not stay alive quite long enough against the 2 diving AP members on the enemy team. He falls, and with him, most of the damage from UW-Madison. So they will have to reset, but they are still very much primed to win this game. Despite all the shutdowns that went over, they are 7.5K gold up. They have 2 Drakes already to their name. There's another Drake to fight over in 2 minutes, and that base is just wide open down mid lane. Bear Nexus, no inhibitor. It's going to be so hard for Alberta to even get out of their base, let alone pressure out on the map and try to turn this game around.
The last time we saw a 7,000 gold lead, it did end up going to University of Alberta, who had accrued it at the time. Now with the boot on the other foot, should be UW-Madison, assuming equal skill, that end up taking this game. University of Alberta certainly not going to have a good time right now, as we're also cresting that 30-minute mark, where you would typically say that people like Eddie and Woshi Garvin would start to fall off, and the Elise and Callista respectively, whereas everybody is just hitting their stride here for UW-Madison, especially things like this Kaisa, who right now is ready to fight. Hunt providing to be a pretty good front line, but not nearly enough to provide the safety necessary. They do need Desolation around, and Hunt's death will buy a little bit more breathing room for the University of Alberta.
Yep, nice stuff from University of Alberta. They find an overextension. They punish it effectively. This Callista, still very strong, dishing out damage only on 2 items, but you can see Edwy extremely gifted on the champion, does a ton of damage to that Leona with the on-hit. They do manage to take down the enemy support. Unfortunately for them, nothing really on the map for them to take. All they will get is some extension out of the map, some vision denied, but they will likely have to settle for just clearing away these waves once again, as the Drake's still not alive for another 30 seconds.
That vision is so crucial, though, as it is just before the Dragon, 17 seconds on that, and if they can maintain control of the river, there is a chance that they move themselves to Soul Point. If they get themselves to Soul Point, there is a chance that they get to the end of the game. So,
Yeah, there's always a chance. Like you never hold out hope. You already mounted one base defense. You know, maybe Rizzy can get to level 16, but you can see here, I mean, they can't contest anything. They can't walk through their own jungle. They know they're really far behind, so they have to give up this Drake. They do still have 5 minutes before the Soul does spawn. It would be quad ocean Drakes into Soul, and that is a lot of healing to get through. Trying to set up a trap, but they're standing on a ward. Oh my god, this could be bad.
Oh lord, that's going to be a lot of damage. And Hong Kong player, as tanky as he is, not going to survive that one as the ult comes through from the Kale to preserve him for a little longer, but it's not quite enough. Matthew on the front line is tanking up. Rizzy 1 still alive here, but a double kill goes to Jarl Carl. Make it a triple there as he picks up the Alistair. Woshi Garvin on his way out. Won't be for long. His Void Seeker won't tag him. Wellens will scoop that up, say that, oh well, you know, you couldn't have secured it anyway, but instead I'll wipe that off your rip. Take us to that final, or that potentially final game rather, as this will be University of Wisconsin-Madison Badgers moving themselves to that game 4 on match point.
Yeah, and a great turnaround from UW-Madison. Again, they sort of got run over by the very unorthodox, aggressive draft from Alberta in game number 2. They get to see it, they get to adapt to it, they get to think about what their plan is, and it comes out and it works. It looked like Alberta wanted to just run over their bottom lane, wanted to run through Jarl Carl, try to force him off waves, dive him in the bot side, use his Callista to get pressure, and despite falling behind on CS, Jarl played it the way he needed to, as respectfully as he could. They tried to get resources across the map when they were dove, and he was able to get himself on a lot of kills in the skirmishes. You know, keeping in mind, of course, that he did pick up 2 at the very beginning of the game in that extended 3-minute fight for life around UW-Madison's red buff, but a lovely game by the bottom lane to absorb that pressure, to make it an advantage for them, both across the map and in their lane. All the kills that Jarl absorbed allowed him to stay even on gold, and as the game progressed, Kai'Sa just became stronger and stronger than the Callista, and they were able to win their fights, turn the game in their favor, and put themselves on match point.
Yeah, it really negated anything the University of Alberta wanted to do that game. The early missteps cost them big, and obviously UW-Madison making it to the grand finals, we have to assume that you can execute, and very clearly they can on those small leads, turn them into big ones, take those to games, and turn them into series if University of Alberta aren't careful, because if they mis-execute next game, they could just go down right here. They could be shut out of that first place. And the only way to find out what will happen is to get ourselves into that potential last game. Game 4 coming up here at Style Esports Season 6, the grand finals, right after a short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to University of Alberta versus UW-Madison Badgers, the grand finals here at Style Esports. We're going to start this one off in the pick and ban as all stories begin, DJ. As Alberta take away that Olaf Badgers, the Udyr, the meta bans abound. But this series hasn't been about the meta, has it?
No, it certainly hasn't. If you want to compare it to a story, I'm thinking some postmodern stuff where you jump ahead to the last chapter, swing back to chapter 2, then have to read a page upside down before you finally have to use a UV light to find the secret hidden ending in the book. Trust me, there are books like that out there. I promise. I promise. I'm not lying to you. But that's what the series has looked like to me, with all of the drafts, all of the gameplay. We have seen just chaos everywhere. And initially it looked like it would suit Alberta, but UW-Madison comes back in this game 3, has a strong performance out of their bottom side. They get all the kills on Jarl Karl. He helps carry the game for their team, and they now sit on match point. So another adaptation, another twist to the story comes out. Alberta pick blue side for the first time this series. We'll see what they will use that priority B1 for, and see if we continue to get aggressive drafts from them.
No, we had props to Jarl Karl. I want to throw a few over to our boy Wellens as well, who, if you ask any of the UW-Madison Badgers, they will tell you Wellens is a huge part of their roster. And on that Nidalee, I think that was something else that really changed the game for them, having him finally be on an aggressive pick. Alberta have the first chance at grabbing themselves an OPM, trying to figure out what that last ban is. It's Kaisa ban. Okay, so Jarl Karl drawing a ban even?
Yeah, drawing a ban there. And, Thresh got left up, so Alberta going to jump right onto that. That will leave some room for an immobile AD carry, likely a hyper carry, to come in here for the University of Alberta. Haven't seen Aphelios in a long time. We'll see if that does come out. It will likely depend a lot on what the Badgers do pick up for themselves in the draft. Leona will be prioritized once again for Hund. And there's an Italy again. You just mentioned it. Wellens was prioritized in the draft last game with that B1 pick. He will get right back onto the Italy that won game 3. We'll see if he can smurf it once again on that champion.
And no surprise there for either of the picks, honestly, because the fact that Leona was in last game as well shut down not only so much of the burst, but I remember multiple man solar flares connecting at many different times during that particular match, and it really shut down a lot of University of Alberta, stuffed a lot of their engages, and kept them from responding appropriately. A Jinx paired with this Thresh is something that excites me, because I really like Thresh with hypercarries, and a good Thresh can really change a game. Matthew and Eddie are more often than not on the same page. Mundo locked in alongside that. It's going to be a very scaling heavy composition for Alberta and a very quick shift of priority.
Yeah, very heavy scaling from them, and definitely a change in the priority of their draft. This will not be aggression. This will be heavy farming from Woshi Garvin on this Mundo, as well as sort of a more protective approach to their bottom lane for this Jinx. I did kind of expect that Jinx. I mentioned the Aphelios we haven't seen in a while. Jinx has sort of been taking his place as the hyper carry you can protect with the Thresh, try to get that reset on the get excited, and then take over the team fight. So big change in approach here for that scaling for Alberta. We do see the Maokai come in to wrap up phase 1 for the Badgers. So they will keep it all the same across the board, but we'll be saving their AD carry and their mid lane pick for later. One thing I would like to say here for Alberta, if you want to pick a Mundo, I would like to see some priority in at least mid or top, if not both. Because if you don't, this guy can kind of get jumped on by the Nidalee. He's not that tanky in the early game. He relies on clearing with his health, so he can get burst out. So I do want to see them allow Woshi Garvin to have some comfort and safety in his pathing. I would like to see some prio in their solo lanes.
See if they can get it, because right now the bot side isn't going to have too much of it, but they already know theoretically what they're playing into top side, and finding a counter pick into Maokai, it ain't that hard. You should be able to get yourself a little bit more room for the Mundo here, UW-Madison, of course. Whoa!
Oh, okay then. That is a Vayne. That is a Vayne Leona bottom lane. The Ezreal was banned away. The Vayne does come out, and Vayne is sort of a classic counter pick into Mundo compositions because she sort of ignores his best condition of I am very tanky and I heal everything. She says, "No, you are not tanky because I have true damage." So enjoy. That is a pick we see a lot. I like that the Badgers have managed to get it in phase 2 here. When you do pick Vayne phase 1. It offers a lot of chances to pick hard CC to make her life difficult. Makes it a little bit harder when you only have 2 picks left. Alberta does have to select those. The Sylas comes out, the Urgot comes out. So that is certainly some early game prio in top side. Maybe not as much in mid, depending on what the pick is here. And it looks like they're going to lean set right now. You do have a Vayne, so you can just kind of pick a tanky body and let the Vayne do the work. But if you do pick a set, it will likely all be on your Carl to carry. Once again, all the damage will be him and Welland, so it will just be those two. Nope, they will switch it up at the last second there. The Lucian will come out, so they will have a good source of secondary damage in that mid lane Lucian, and it is a very winning matchup into Sylas in the early laning phase. So I don't think Alberta will have priority in mid lane. They should have it in top, but I do like the adaptation from the Badgers in the back half of this draft. Really like what they brought out for themselves.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the Lucian here. I personally am not a fan of it. I'll give this one over to you, DJ. I believe you. You're my color. You make the big brain plays. I see Lucian, I go, he dashes around a lot. It makes me upset. I have the same feeling about Yasuo, but he should have, like you say, a really good lane into the Sylas. But it does put a lot of onus onto Jarl Karl. And he was really scary last game, but he had a big injection of gold and a lot of safety. This time, that doesn't look to be as true.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting laning phase. He's going to be outranged by Jinx, but Thresh is not exactly an engaged champion. He is a pick champion at heart, and I think he's mostly picked here to protect Jinx. So I think if you play the lane right, there should be enough safety for this Vayne to get strong. It's hard to gank it with a Mundo. Again, that's kind of why the pick is made. Mundo has to run straight at you. Kind of easy to cut away from. You can knock him away. You can shred through him. The bigger threats to the Vayne are going to be Urgot and Sylas, depending on the ult that Sylas can steal. But you have a Leona for engage, disengage. You have Maokai as a tanky body in front of you. I think there should be some protection. And again, there is a secondary source of damage that would have been sort of my concern if the set had been picked up. It's extra protection, but if Jarl Karl dies, then you're definitely just doomed. Now, even if Jarl has a tough fight or has a tough time accessing, you have a secondary source to dish out some damage. It will require Fish and Valor to play this well. Again, I think it's a really good lane into Sylas. You should be able to get strong, but you can't get caught. You can't get picked, because if you do fall behind on Lucian, you're probably just going to chain die over and over again, and you lose your threat in a side lane as the game goes on to the Sylas. He just steals your ult. He beats you in the 1v1 if he is ahead of you. So it requires some skill here, but we've seen Fish and Valor play well already this series. We've obviously seen Jarl Karl carry a game, so I trust these two to be able to pilot these champions to the best of their ability. It's going to be up to Alberta to try to get these 3 tanky members, or these 3 top side members, onto them to try to disrupt the Vayne and allow Jinx to dish out the damage at the back side of the fight. I think they can do it. I think the team fighting on Alberta, at least front to back, seems a little easier to execute. But the later the game goes, I think the Vayne can just take over.
Yeah, there's a lot more forgiveness for Alberta and a lot more in the late game, just straight up consistent damage for the Badgers because of the Vayne specifically, because the huge chunks that she'll be taken out of the front line. But it does give you a weakness in the sense that it is all about Jarl. If Jarl missteps, all of a sudden, even at 35, 45 minutes, you lose one member, you lose everything here. The thing that I do like about the Badgers draft, though, is that it provides Nidalee with a lot more early relevance. Because Magic Resist won't be something that's prioritized in either the mid lane or the bot lane, the Nidalee one-shot becomes so much easier because nobody wants to itemize into this.
Yeah, nobody does want to itemize into this. It's the classic, AP mid to AD jungle, or excuse me, AP jungle to AD mid, or vice versa. You just want to make sure that that damage profile is not as easy to play into. We kind of saw it last game. I mentioned at the beginning of that draft, triple AP top for the side of Alberta into a Maokai proved to be a little bit more difficult. So I again like the fact that the Lucian came out for that reason and the secondary damage source. If you did have a set, you just build magic resist, and it becomes a lot harder for Nidalee. So Wetland should, have the priority from his mid laner to jungle the way he wants in this early game. I think the bigger fear would be near the top side of the map, where Urgot should have a lot of priority throughout the laning phase against Desolation. But we'll have to see how it plays out. My eyes are going to be on Woshi Garvin. Struggled in that last game on Elise after a good one. He's going to be on a very different pick here. Going to need to scale up, going to need to get strong, going to need to not be invaded and die early on. Hopefully his team can find angles, he can find the right pathing to get to that point, and they can get to those front-to-back team fights that they will be looking for, where they need to shut down Jarl.
Well, I'll tell you what, DJ, this is the fourth game. This is where, if anything, UW-Madison can step up and shut down University of Alberta before they get rolling. University of Alberta are fighting for the finals here. If they lose this game, they lose it all. They get that second place, and UW-Madison will win. So let's take a moment. Let's take a deep breath. Let's load into the game, and with these teams, be ready to fight to the bitter end on the Rift. Welcome back onto the Rift. Ladies, gents, people of all shapes and sizes, University of Alberta are going up against UW-Madison Badgers here in what could be our final game as UW-Madison Badgers find themselves in their, or rather on match point. There we go. I've lost the words for a second in all of the excitement here, DJ, and they've drafted themselves an interesting composition to try and close this out.
Yeah, they've drafted a very interesting composition for themselves. It's that double ADC threat coming in from Jarl Karl and Fish and Valor. Lucian Vane going to be piloted by those two respectively. Wellens on the AP mid or jungle once again, the Nidalee that he piloted so well in game number 3. So again, I like what they've done for themselves here. I think they needed a secondary source of consistent damage, and an AD mid will go well with the AP jungle. I think they do have enough frontline if Desolation doesn't get, destroyed again like he did in game number 2, but they seem to alleviate that problem in game number 3. So we'll have to see if they can get scaling. On the other side, my eyes again on Woshi Garvin on this Mundo. Very different pick than he had in the last 2 games. He's going to be farming, he's going to be scaling, and he's going to need to path correctly, I think, to avoid Wellens, to try to get to objectives. Because again, there will be a lot of mid prior, or there should be, from Vish and Valor to support his jungler throughout this early game.
Yeah, I'm so used to seeing Woshi now when looking at him to be the one that determines where the game goes, but I'm going to have to really rectify that in my mind as, like you say, the Mundo will have to take a little bit of a secondary role this game. Carl? I was curious about that, my friend. We're really looking at the CS numbers for this Vayne and the amount of solo lane time that this is allotted, because it is a really risky pick, but it can really pay off here. Desolation shaking a few chunks against Rizzy, who is on that Urgot that will classically bully out the Maokai. They had counterpick into this.
Yeah, Urgot, a nice counterpick into the Maokai, will have a ton of priority, should win the lane very hard with the press the attack in his inventory. You can see how much those press the attack procs do here with Fish and Valor getting a nice trade down. And will just have advantage with the range, with the shield on the E. So should be able to pilot that one well, offer some support on the top side, and hopefully force Desolation into a tough situation. So far, Desolation handling it just fine. We'll have to keep an eye on that lane and see if Rizzy can get ahead on this very aggressive pick. This bot lane does get shoved in. Pretty normal start for the junglers, though. Full clears coming in. We'll see where the first action does go. A little bit too early, I think, for anyone to be looking for a dive.
Yeah, certainly, even in this top side, it would be really risky to potentially gank Rizzy. Instead, he's going for a nice little cheater recall, which I really like. Not something that we often see in the top lane, but managed to get his waves reset appropriately, and now is going to come back with a small advantage, potentially. We can see him waiting. What are you waiting for, Rizzy?
Oh,
okay, classic.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. Nice, Jarl Karl just getting away from that hook. We do see the Cole come out in top lane. I think that makes sense. Rizzy shouldn't have a problem hitting 100 CS on that pretty quickly. He's not going to be threatened in lane outside of a potential gank. And even a gank is something he could potentially outplay up against the Maokai. So should be feeling pretty comfortable. I like the cheater recall. He started off this game pretty well, but still not a meaningful advantage over the Maokai or really anywhere on the map at the moment. Junglers just happy to full clear, go for their first back. So surprisingly, Dia, we get a very peaceful start to game number 4 after just madness in those last 2 games.
Blood on blood on blood. We finally have taken a chill pill here, and it actually it feels weird because it favors both teams to be chill in the early game. They really only need these objectives right now because the lanes will just be going how they do be going. Although as we pan up to this top side, Desolation's lane is being interrupted a little bit. Breaking the gentleman's agreement is Woshi Garvin, and breaking the back of this tree as he eats one more cleaver, and the last auto will give first blood over to Rizzy 1. Another investment in this top side win condition as the spear is going to connect in the bot lane. Instant flash there from E2. He throws out the traps as well to buy himself time. Fish and Valor gets caught a little bit, barely manages to dodge out on the stun, but it doesn't matter as he ends up going down, and Wellens doesn't have to heal for him. Does manage to nail that spear, needs to trade back this kill right now, but does he have the damage to do it? I don't think he does here. Goes into the tower, but can't find the last auto, and Hong Kong player gonna get away with literal murder. Up 2-0, our University of Alberta.
Yeah, that's huge for Hong Kong player, and that's really bad for Fish and Valor. We talked about this matchup. You need to dominate it on the Lucian. He was up CS as he should have been, but he just steps out of the wave. He doesn't have the minions to support him, and he loses the 1v1. His jungler even flashes in to try to heal him. Hold on, here's we got action in bottom lane.
Matthew takes a big chunk, gets ignited, but good flash away from him is going to take those summoners along with him. Now still having the exhaust is actually a really good spot for this lane as it minimizes threat onto Eddie. The person that, at least for University of Alberta, that this game can really become all about.
Yeah, it certainly can. You know, it needs to be a little bit about Eddie, and we saw how good he is on this Jinx in game number 2, but he's just going to be the main damage choice. You know, Hong Kong player on the silos can dish out some damage later in fights, but it's a little more inconsistent. Eddie will really truly be the main damage threat. He's got a ton of frontline to protect him. You know, sort of soft engage with Rizzy, but everyone will be there in front of him. If he can get strong, he can likely just carry the game like he did in game number 2, basically without a front line. You know, he didn't even have a front line in game number 2. This time he does, so should be set up pretty well on the Jinx, and laning pretty well for himself right now, up 12 CS as his team will pick up the first Drake.
This feels wrong because of the Lucian mid, but with the Vayne and bot lane, I suppose I'll have to accept it as the natural flow of play here. But maybe I feel bad saying that University of Wisconsin could not have contested that, just because it feels like they could have given a little bit more pressure, but with Wellens in the top side, unfortunately it's not going to be so. Gets spotted top side again, and that's going to lose him a blue buff as Rizzy won. Not going to have too many options to contest this into 2 members.
Yeah, Rizzy will just walk away. They'll likely just trade blue buffs. But yeah, I agree with you. You know, this Lucian is a pick that should have pressure in mid lane. You should be contesting early Drakes or Rift Heralds, wherever objective you truly decide you want. But if you do pick it, you should have priority. You should be helping Wellens out, and that just has not been the case. As the flash was expended to try to save him, it didn't work out. He fell for that early kill, and because of that, they fall on the first objective, which they will not be thrilled about, as this is an all-in. I'm not sure about this.
I guess F's in the chat, really.
Yeah.
That's a little bit of a miscommunication or misevaluation by Desolation. Burns that ultimate for nothing. And there's no vision on Wellens, but none really needed as he wasn't in the area. Now we'll have a little bit of an easier time pushing with the way that his ult has chunked out the minions right now, but no jungle attention means that he's not going to be getting a whole lot from it. Jarl Karl still farming in this bot lane. Will be able to secure himself a little bit more CS. Is falling ever so slightly behind to this Jinx, down a turret plate as well. So not the most comfortable, but not a losing Vayne just yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Vayne's okay, but Eddie's going to be extremely happy. And honestly, Alberta is just really, really happy overall. I mean, they are 1,000 gold up at 8.5 minutes. They took the first objective again with a losing matchup in mid lane, and everyone has just been able to farm. I was a little worried about Woshi on this Mundo, hopping onto a very different style of pick. I was worried he might get invaded. I was worried they might not be able to hold mid lane down, and they're doing great. He's got 78 CS, already taken an objective as a kill in mid lane, a kill in top, and now a whiffed ulti in bottom lane. Like, this is going great for Alberta. They are just scaling right towards their win condition in 5v5 team fights, and they'll have threats on a side lane. The Sylas should be fine out there later on in the game. The Urgot, if he's ahead, is strong in a side lane, so everything kind of coming up Alberta, and it's going to be UW-Madison who need to turn this one around and start to find some pressure if they want to stay in this game.
Yeah, with every ultimate that gets whiffed, it's another 2 minutes on the board for the side of
run down
Alberta. Although, if Matthew gets taken down, that's going to be a few off of it, as Exhaust not going to stop that true damage. Jarl Karl now looking for Eddie as well. They've got the backup of their jungler, Wellens, who has just been spotted on the ward. And it should be forcing Eddie all the way off of this tower, forcing him off of XP, and he's just going to auto him to death right now. Wellens just goes for this, chunks Eddie out even more for free, and even with the Super Mega Death Rocket whiffing on top of all of that, this is going to be a lot of gold, a lot of experience, just funneled back into Jarl Karl where it was missing before.
Yeah, and okay, hold on here. Dive.
Desolation flashes right now. Still, that suppression going to come in, and Rizzy barely picks up the kill. A good attempt in that top side to try and stay alive, but unfortunately not nearly enough into the fear beyond death.
Yeah, just a nicely played dive there, and Rizzy executing the combo perfectly, gets the guaranteed ulti after flipping over Desolation with the E, so lovely stuff from him. All he needs is a little bit of damage from Woshi to guarantee the pullback, and they get another kill to respond on the bottom lane. Yeah, as you mentioned, a lot lost there for Edwy. They were in a great spot, and I have to say, just a big misstep from Matthew. Disrespecting how close Leona was, thinking he could land a hook on a Vayne that has a tumble, and once you miss a hook on a Vayne, it's so easy to run you down. Like, there's nowhere for you to go. Like, what are you going to do on a Thresh? You're the one with the Lantern to get your AD carry out of trouble. You have no way of getting out yourself. Falls and forces Edwy into an awkward situation, so does give a bit of a lifeline. And there we go!
Oh, everything is connecting, and Eddie just not having a good time here, not able to click that Lantern at all. And that's not going to do you too many favors here. One time Matthew falls, one time Eddie falls, and now they get to continue pushing in this bot side for UW-Madison, finding themselves potentially another plate, as they will certainly clear out this ward. And with Dragon on the table soon, an Infernal no less, this should be UW-Madison evening up that score.
Yeah, definitely should be. And again, another overstep from the bottom lane of Alberta, but this time it's really beautiful execution from Hun, landing everything after the Hex Flash, just guaranteeing the death, gets the ward down on the Lantern too. Oh boy.
Good flash for this as, we get the Solar Flare connecting onto Wellens, who flashes away himself. Now with that Desolation in the front line, it's going to be tough to burn through him. Gets a hook down. Fish and Valor gets pulled in a little bit further as Jarl Karl is sitting around the side here looking for the poke. Not going to be able to finish off any more kills, but Woshi Garvin going for that Dragon. Unfortunately doesn't get it, but it was a worthwhile play.
Yeah, the effort...
Do you think? I don't know. I say it, but I said it with confidence, but you feel free to turn me down.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this one. Mostly because I look at the composition and I wonder if they need to be contesting for that. I know you got the first Drake. I know you want a Dragon stack, but you're in an awkward position. Your jungler had to flash in early to try to steal it away, which is fine, but Amundo has no way back outside the pit, so you have to fight. And I don't really think they were in a position just yet to fight. Their members were still moving around the Dragon pit. They looked a little bit late to the play, and as much as I appreciate the effort to try to Dragon stack, I just feel like with the way the early game had been going for them, you could just wait for a better setup to try to make things happen. All in top side. Looks like Rizzy will just walk away. Instead, they give over that Drake and a goal lead. Oh, well, this is trouble.
He walks into Woshi. Woshi doesn't have the flash. He can just go over the wall here, but instead he's just going to die and get walked down. A little bit of panic there from Wellens. Might not just cost him one, but might cost him two. With that Fear Beyond Death is almost off cooldown. They're almost not going to need it here. Look for this snipe in just a few seconds if he sticks around. Fish and Valor has shown up, though, wanting to pressure these two off of the tower. Off of his top laner, is going to eat that stun, has already flashed away here, and the Fear Beyond Death connects onto him instead. Rizzy one with the snipe is going to find himself a couple more 100 gold. Eddie going to be knocked away from that Lantern, taken down in short order as the bot lane for UW-Madison at least has their carry pants off.
Yeah, UW-Madison's bottom lane is really making it happen here, and it's Hund just hitting every CC every time onto Eddie, who's just not having the same performance he had in game number 2 on this Jinx. I think he's honestly regretting not taking cleanse a little bit here. I know that it's only the Leona, which often is not enough to make 80 carries go cleanse, but when you just get continually chain dove by the Leona off cooldown on the ultimate, it feels real bad, man. They're going to try to make a play to return it, and I'll likely get Hun.
Yeah, the hook landing as well. This is actually huge here as Jarl Karl takes a chunk off of that. Now he's in a 1v1 against Hong Kong player, and he might win it here. Kingslayer gets Hong Kong player back to relevance, though, and he gets the shutdown against the most important member of the UW-Madison Badgers.
Yeah, and really the first mistake that the UW-Madison bot lane has made this game. This time, it's them overstaying. You know, they think, oh, we're fine. It's just Thresh. Edwie's not here yet. But they forget that the man was a sniper with the Rockets in game number 1. So even not being there for the autos, he offers some extra damage to his side as Matthew pulls in Hong Kong player. They clean up both members, and they have once again restored a 3K gold lead here at 15 minutes. It had been closed by UW-Madison with a lot of those plays, particularly that one around the second Drake, but now they find themselves in another deficit, and Rizzy trying to add to his already impressive 3-0-0 score as Desolation trying to flash away.
I mean, he's got a stride breaker, he's got an ult, he's got the Q. This should be a kill, as that Desolation doesn't have his mythic just yet. Does have a little bit of healing, though. Watch that stride breaker cool down, but more importantly, Rizzy, watch your health right here, as with the minions helping him out, Desolation's actually going to be able to survive there, and all it costs him is a flash.
Rizzy might die here. Welland's coming, they're going to catch him.
If he lands the spear, he's almost certainly dead, as the challenging smite's going to secure that one. There's the spear, there's the shut down, makes it look easy, does well, and then he gets his first kill of the game.
Yeah, Wellens hasn't quite been as effective in this game as he was last game, but will pick up a kill for himself, has now finished the Night Harvester, so won't be feeling too bad about his positioning. Is still a 3K gold lead for the likes of Alberta as they do push this bot wave in, and there are mythics across the board now for them outside of their support role. Same can be said almost with the exception of Desolation on the other side, so both teams trying to get ramped up. This next Drake coming up in 22 seconds. You can see Wellens already moving down. There's a lot of vision here for UW-Madison. We'll see if Woshi wants to contest or if he's just happy trading. It looks like he's not happy trading. He's going to walk down.
Does want to secure the second Drake here, get themselves a little bit more tankiness on the side of UW-Madison, but University of Alberta don't want to go quietly either. It's a big ultimate to steal for Hong Kong player. They're not as explosive as Hund, can lock everybody up if they're not careful. It's a dance around this dragon pit right now, and there are no lanes to attend to. Let's see how it works out.
Okay, gonna go wide. I like him zoning off Desolation here.
This could be an overstep here, as Desolation is very much caught out on the wrong side. There's no follow-up damage that can come through from UW-Madison, and it's an instant 4v5. Now looking for that poke is, Eddie.
They're still trying to go for this 4v5. This is risky. Hook. Now the hook goes wide, but one misstep and they could just get wiped here.
They could, but Wellens has got this incredible amount of poke here, and they have him ready to smite this dragon away. It's just not a good play here to sit as the dragon is going to be taken. Wellens is doing this in the meantime. Ends up not securing it as Eddie takes that one, and now he's going to take Jarl Karl as well. The team fight was won in the meantime. Wellens looks for this kill, wants it so bad here. Tries to find the next spear as Desolation should be able to find the root. But Wushi Garvin tanks it up for him. And it's a two members to two members at the moment. The team fight handily won by University of Alberta, though, as the dragon was the focus of both me and Wellens, but unfortunately not even getting that.
Yeah, Alberta does pick it up, and it's a bit of a chaotic fight overall, but do give some credit over to UW-Madison for pulling out a decent fight, even down 4v5. Fortunately, again, they do lose the Drake, so will be slowed down, and again, Alberta just building up this lead. It's still around 3K, but they'll be happy to walk away with that second Drake. They got the next one in 4 minutes. They'll be looking to get it again as they are getting fairly strong in a lot of these members. 4-1-4 for Hong Kong player. He's got that Everfrost in the inventory already. Some tankiness on the Mundo. Rizzy, very, very scary on this Urgot, and they will be tough to beat in these 5v5s. I do want to say a little bit of an awkward setup, I think, for UW-Madison. I think it's a little weird to have your frontliner be looking for a flank like that when he is your main frontliner. I think maybe you could look for Wellens to be on a flank angle, look for some poke or something. It's a little bit tricky for the setup because there is only really one full tank, but I just don't know if leaving your front line out to the side is the right approach in a 5v5 like that.
It's a tough call, and it will continue to be, I expect.
Yeah.
UW-Madison are going to have a really difficult time executing with only the real one true frontliner, whereas there are at least 3 that can go confidently into the front line for University of Alberta that can look for those picks and nets them not just the Dragon, but now a Rift Herald channel in the mid lane as well, likely a tower, and the gold lead is exploding here, moving itself to 3,000 gold and likely a little bit more as we might get another team fight in short order.
Oh, hook and land.
Fish and Valor very, very low right now, taken down by that culling, returned onto him, and Rizzy was just teleported in. That ult going wide is the only thing keeping Fish and Valor alive.
Yeah, just barely staying alive, but Alberta got what they wanted. They got the first turret. They got the charge onto the second, so they will retreat into their own jungle here, try to clear away some of this vision for a pick, but will not get it. But again, they can be very happy. They're nearly 4K gold up here. The next Drake's going to be up in 2.5 minutes, and they will feel the stronger side going into this 5v5. It's just 2 Kraken Slayers. Vayne now completing 2 items, but Lucian not really there yet. Hasn't farmed up, hasn't been super effective in this match. And on the other side, they will likely have a 2-item Silas. They're approaching a 2-item Jinx as well. 2 items already finished on Rizzy, and pretty close for Mundo. So if they can get a couple of these 2-item spikes, I think they'll be feeling very comfortable for this upcoming Drake fight.
Quite so, as there's not a whole lot of contention that can come out for Madison for the next little while. Desolation definitely needing to get farmed right now, still hasn't hit his mythic, and that is the real difference maker to me in these fights, is how tanky Desolation is, how much he can withstand, because he is a hyper tank just as much as Jarl is a hyper carry. And, well, speaking of hyper carries, Wellens,
yeah, they need to kite out here.
For them, actually manages to survive just barely. I'm completely unsure how he did that. I saw the whole thing. I just don't understand it.
Yeah, just manages to get away. You know, Wellens had a lot of support coming, so they do manage to get the lantern out. They did definitely need to run. You know, the one thing I don't think we mentioned here is that Jarl has picked up a lot of kills for himself, both in the bot lane and in these team fights. He's 6-2-1 on this Vayne with the 2 items and 1,200 gold ahead of his counterpart. Do you see that second item come in for Jinx? It's actually a wow, that's interesting. LDR a little bit early there. You know, you would expect to maybe see the LDR on the other side into all of these tankier members, you know, armor on 1, armor on 2, likely to be armor on the mid laner as well later in the game. But we do see that LDR come through. So looking for some armor pen against this Maokai for Edwy as we do prepare for the Drake. But everyone will be pretty strong. Again, those 2 items, like I said, have come in across the board for these members. Again, keep your eyes on Jarl Call for UW-Madison. That is the main source of damage as they set up this trap on Hong Kong.
I can't believe it's that time of year again. Hong Kong does end up taking Hund back into, well, very far away from his team this time. But that is going to be big ultimate burn here from Hunt to try and get that pick. Desolation also not having the Aftershock, and once again separated from his team. He's going to need to flash himself. Doesn't have the ultimate either, and it's just all these cooldowns whiffed right before the Dragon, where University of Alberta have all of theirs, and you can't fight this.
Yeah, I really agree with you. I don't think you should be trying to fight this if you're UW-Madison. I think you should be running for the hills. Oh, okay. Boy.
Hook lands onto Hunt, but Jarl Carl is still untouched. Shooing through Matthew at the moment, and he and Wellens are the power duo in the back. Unfortunately, gets flipped in by the Disdain, and Rizzy won. Solo finds himself that Vayne, takes the kill, and now, well, the Dragon is all theirs as University of Alberta are going to clean that one up, and likely Wellens as well, as he gets spotted on a ward, throws out the spear, doesn't find anybody for now, and actually might be able to get away here because he's not even the focus.
Yeah, I mean, I think he can just get away, although I do think they're going to have to keep an eye on him because really is the only way that they could lose out on the Baron that they are headed for here, and they can just be on this Baron. It's a full 4-member wipe. Wellens the only survivor still in vision, and he's just going to execute himself on this turret to stay alive. He's trying to waste as much time as possible. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, there you go, Malcolm. You take that gold, baby.
I mean, I guess it's a guaranteed Baron there. Not even the threat of a Nidalee being in the area, unfortunately. And that gold lead has really extended itself. Now, it's not 10,000, but it's dang close.
Yeah, 8,000 gold lead, the Baron in their pocket, the Soul Drake coming up in 4 minutes, everything lining up here for Alberta. And you know, we kind of said it in the build-up to that fight. You lost some ultimates. You lost a lot. you really shouldn't have been taking that fight if you were UW-Madison. They felt pressure to do it. They felt like they were losing out. They go for the fight anyway, get absolutely wiped without those ultis. Jarl Karl cannot stay alive for long enough, was exhausted as well, and now they are up against it. It's going to be a monumental task to get this done. I think they can still do it, but it will require everything to go right and a pop-off from Jarl to really burn through this line up against Baron buff, up against all of these Drake buffs, and they're going to have to fight very soon if they can even stay alive that long.
Hong Kong player would be a great pick right now, and it looks like it's going to be completed there. Now, Woshi Garvin, again, isolated from the team, a lot like Desolation and a lot like Hund right now, as he's the one retreating himself to safety. Hook will land, though, onto the carry there. Jarl Karl needing to flash away, playing back line as they are split up. And he goes on a rampage there, gets excited, but it doesn't end up converting here. Woshi is still very tanky to people like Hunt and Wellens, who do not have the damage in a relevant way to answer back onto him. Wellens needs to collapse on everybody else. Everybody else threatening currently Jarl Karl as well as gets himself away. Jarl dodges out on a little bit of damage from Eddie, but it's still a team fight the University of Alberta take now and get themselves even closer to that 10,000 gold lead as they take down another tier 2 tower.
Yeah, good initial pick on the Hong Kong player, but they can't burn through Woshi fast enough. He gets back to his team, and then everything just becomes chaotic as they burn through them. They have to run in 2 different directions, and of course, Hund will fall as the sacrifice, as he must do, as the support, contractually obligated to be the sacrifice for the rest of the team. They will lose out on their tier 3 in the bottom lane. Will keep all their inhibs up at the very least, but again, the lead just extending out here. It is essentially 2K now, and they are looking at a soul fight in 2 minutes time that they will have to win, or we will be headed to a game 5.
Yeah, that 10,000 gold really strutting its stuff right now, and the gold that we mentioned that separated people like Jarl Karl and Eddie earlier is now dead even. Jarl Karl is just as good as Eddie, but the problem is that everybody else on the other side of Alberta is better than their counterpart in every single way. They're not being taken down, they're doing so much more damage, and honestly, even as Rizzy, they're providing a lot more CC, and UW-Madison have got to find a way very quickly to inject some artificial priority into Jarl Karl, who's been kept out of the fights and is the only person who can win them.
Yeah, remember how at the beginning of the game, or I think last game, Dia, you said that it's really hard to play fights if your front line's not strong and can't absorb damage?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Desolation is 5,000 gold behind his counterpart.
That's like, I'm trying to figure out how much that is in terms of items.
That's basically 2 items.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
That's a lot. That is so much to be down right now onto Rizzy, and it is just making it very, very hard for Madison. Again, I think we've mentioned it. This is likely to be the last fight. If they cannot win this fight, if they cannot take this Drake away, this will likely just be the end. Imagine trying to burn through a team that you're already struggling to kill if they have an extra shield on top of that. Again, it will all be on Jarl Karl to do the damage, and he doesn't really have a front line that can stay alive for very long.
Alberta are taking that gambit, though. They get themselves mid lane priority, and now that's a big engage tool for Hong Kong player. He gets returned by that Desolation. Wellens throws out the spear, doesn't find Eddie, and Desolation's being melted through like butter. Fish and Valor looking for a way in here, still doesn't have it as the frontline positions immaculately for the University of Alberta. Eddie is untouched right now, and there's no backline access without Wellen landing something crazy right now. It is just the Dragon Dance beginning.
Okay, TP up for Desolation. He is going to be able to get back and come back to the fight, so that is good at least. You'll have your front line back for this Drake, and here we go. They're trying to burn it down.
Okay, he gets hooked, and that's certainly a good start. Their Solar Flare on the back line does go wide, though, and we're playing front to back right here. But unfortunately, Rizzy is the one that finds the back line first. It eliminates almost Jarl Karl, as he will go down first, but eventually Hong Kong player is the one to do the lethal damage. Finds himself a double kill, gives one ever so nicely over to Eddie, and now might have just gifted his team the game here as he teleports right into the base and starts on this inhibitor.
Yeah, that should just do it. Timers are too long. There's minions pushing into the base. This will take us to game 5. Alberta have done it. The fight was just too far gone for UW-Madison. They were too far behind. The exhaust was too easy on Jarl. They'll take down the turrets. They'll take down the Nexus. And we're going to be getting us some silver scrapes.
I am so ridiculously excited for what this Game 5 has in store for us because I wanted to say games 2 through 4, but I'm going to even include Game 1 in this. Gave me everything I could hope for and more, a variety of styles, a variety of carries here, and now we've got to decide on the one that worked the best.
Yeah, there's going to be options for both of these teams. We see Alberta, after dropping their aggressive style, play a very controlled game here with this scaling composition. Woshi Garvin looked great on the Mundo. Another okay performance from Edwy. Some hiccups there in the bottom lane as they were killed multiple times up against Toons Leona. But really that top side of the map performing so well for them, even having their mid laner overturn a losing matchup into what proved to be a correct prediction from you, Dia, that you were not a fan of the Lucian. So we'll see what the options are. We've seen control and aggression from both of these teams. They'll have those options in the draft. And honestly, we could see anything in this game number 5.
Well, let's not waste any more time then, DJ. Let's throw this to a quick break so we can get right back into it even faster. When we return, UW-Madison Badgers will take on University of Alberta for the final time tonight. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be our final game, but before we hit the rift, we have to set the tone, DJ, as it's not just finals, it's the draft of finals, and draft has been ever so important in games 1 through 4. Now, it is the last time we'll see it.
You want the tone? You want the tone? Go wild, baby. Lay it down. It's game 5. Pick all comfort. 5 assassins. Let's do it.
Let's do it. That's the attitude that I want to hear, but unfortunately, likely not the one that we'll be getting, as Alberta, I played a little bit safer in game 4 when they were on the verge of losing. Now, both teams just on the verge of losing. That's all we get. They're both on the verge of winning. They're both on the verge of losing. There's a lot of energy here, but it's a lot of also very confused emotions. Hopefully, one of them is a thirst for blood, as we've been really enjoying these kind of chaotic games here. With first pick for the Badgers, they're going to go for that Kaisa that was banned away, that Jarl looked insane on in game 3.
Yeah, Jarl looked insane on it, had 12 kills, says, give me the carrot pants, boys. B1 Kaisa. I will say one thing about B1 Kaisa from a draft perspective. I hate it.
Okay. I like it.
I like it in Jarl Karl's hands. I like the champion. I think the champion is great. I think it is super counter pickable in B1. There are so many things you can play into it that outrange it, that outscale it, that ruin it in lane. Jinx is kind of one of them. So maybe not as bad as I initially said. I think it should be just fine here against the Jinx. We'll see what Alberta do pick up alongside it. The lane went fairly okay with the Thresh. Again, they did get killed multiple times by a Vayne, but instead they say, Wellens, no more Nidalee for you.
I like this Nidalee takeaway here, and it's going to force Wellens onto something different. Let's see if they pick it up here or not, because there's no real pressure to answer the jungler right now if you're not going with something meta. Instead, just grab yourself that Leona that clearly Hunt has looked very comfortable on, and you have your choice if you want to lock in a tank in that top lane to just do that right now and provide a little bit more time for the draft to develop before you lock in what is a potentially risky jungler. We'll see what happens, though, as it's always a good time to pick something a little spicy if you want to throw the gauntlet at the Nidalee. I'm okay with something like a Kha'Zix, for example, but a Talia will do it just as well.
Yeah, Talia will be a bit spicy here in B3. I mean, that technically could be a mid or a jungler. We haven't really seen much of either of it very lately. So interesting to see who will pick this one up. I would guess it's a jungler, but it could just be a mid. Again, the nurse coming through did basically take that out of high elo jungle. So it's something we don't see a lot of. Alberta hovering this Thresh. They will lock it in again. The lane didn't go super great for them last time. They did scale through it and were still relevant. Might be a little harder to kill them with a Kaisa Leona. Kaisa does still do a lot of damage, but has to pop the passive as opposed to the Vayne just getting a lot of autos down. Still could be a dangerous game to be played into Hun's Leona that did do extremely well into this lane last time around. So hope to see an improvement from Alberta's bottom lane this time around in laning, but they do still have that inevitability on Edwi's Jinx. Here come the bans for phase 2. Nico taken away as per usual, but the Urgot will not be allowed back into Rizzy's hands after Desolation had a real problem with that last game.
Yeah, that was really rough. That was a lane that honestly never looked like it was comfortable. Well, if you're talking about Desolation, that is. Rizzy 1, on the other hand, looked extremely comfortable, even back to pick himself up that Cull Volibear, the second ban, leaving things like the Fizz available. Although, with a AP jungler, I do doubt that we see that one particularly. Talon, of course, still on the table, but I'm just dreaming here as realistically Alberta will fulfill my greatest dreams.
Man, oh man, he went right back to it. It's not the Elise alongside of it, but not that dissimilar. Nidalee can dive effectively pretty well. It's very good if you have lockdown, and yeah, Talon can roam, be that AD threat. So not too dissimilar from the game 3 draft there. And Nidalee, of course, has a lot more usefulness than Elise does later on in the game. So yeah, go for it, Hong Kong player. Let's see what you got. Oh, ouch. That could be a rough counter pick.
That could be pretty rough. Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate here. We'll see what Talon can do into it, though, as Talon's not necessarily locked to the lane once he hits level 3 and has got about 3 levels to play with before Galio joins him. Aatrox for the top lane is a very different look for Desolation, though. I've seen him on the Shen, I've seen him on the Maokai, but the Aatrox is a very different style.
Yeah, very different style here. And honestly, if you were gonna go Bruiser style, I know it might not be in his champion pool. I know it might not, Dia, but
Okay, what is it?
you have a Talia, man.
You want to go Renekton?
Why are you not picking Renekton instead of Aatrox? If you're gonna go an aggressive red, go in bruiser, pick someone that sets up your jungler. I mean, again, I don't know what the champion pool is. Might just be a comfort champion here in game number 5, but it does just hurt my soul a tiny little bit to see that. Fortunately, there is still good gank setup in mid lane. Galio can guarantee that seismic shove with the taunt and does have a good counter matchup into Talon, who needs to come into him, into that shield. So I like that counter pick. The Gnar into Aatrox should be fine. I think the Aatrox can win lane, but a bit more skill matchup against the mini Gnar than other matchups, again, like the Renekton, something like a Jace. So this Gnar should be just fine. I like this last pick from Alberta, but you can see where they're putting the carry pants. Edwy on comfort. They take the jungler away from Wellens, and they give Hong Kong player that talent he was so good on for a couple of games. So exciting mid jungle likely to come out here in this game.
This is going to be a game likely entirely determined around mid lane impact. Like there is going to be, like you say, a fair amount of jungle impact as well, as we've seen both Woshi, Garvin, and Wellens really warp games, but we haven't seen the same from people like Fish and Valor and Hong Kong player. This time on the Talon Galio, whose emphasis is going to be, I think, ideally a lot more on roaming than on lane, especially since Galio is going into Talon. This is their chance to step it up, because we've seen things like top lane be a huge difference. We've seen things like bot lane be a huge difference, but you want everyone stepping up in the finals, in the grand finals of all things. And this is the time to do it. We challenge both Hong Kong player and Fish and Valor to warp this game around them.
Yeah, completely agree. Like, you have picked champions that require this game to be warped around you. We know who the carry players are gonna be for the likes of Alberta, but who's it gonna be for UW-Madison? Jarl Karl is back on a very strong champion, something he's super comfortable on. He's got a lot of setup as well. The Galio taunt will help him out. The Leona stuns will help him out. They can lead into a Talia. We've seen Wellens really good on these AP junglers. Will he be able to perform on something we haven't seen in quite a long time? And can Desolation perform on this bruiser? We haven't seen him on a bruiser all series. Like, this is a very, very different look for him. Do we see a big turnaround from the last game with Desolation just pushing Rizzy back on this pick? These are the questions. Again, I got to look at Jarl Karl, but I am very interested to see if Desolation can sort of turn around what looks to have been a bit of a winning matchup for Rizzy throughout this series, often due to the picks themselves, and try to take this bruiser for a ride, try to carry on this Aatrox.
We very well might see. Oh my God, we very well might see, and I'm crossing my fingers here, a solid performance from him here, especially into the Gnar. You can really snowball this lane pretty hard, and it would be I dare say, I don't want to say crucial, but I'm gonna use the word anyway. A crucial way to get UW-Madison into a great spot in the mid game, because they're going into Gnar here that provides an immense amount of frontline team fight utility. The same can't really be said of any one champion here, because Leona is going to be working on support income. Galio is going to be building kind of AP. Aatrox is going to be squishy but have quite a bit of healing to his name. But if he can get off the ground, if he can start to match the tankiness of the Gnar and bring that sustain in the team fight, that'll be a closed book on the University of Alberta. And UW-Madison Badgers entering as the 2nd seed, going up against the 1st seed. They need to be the ones making that small difference from the regular season, changing up Desolation's play style to the point where it can challenge Rizzy.
Yeah, completely agree with you. I think it is going to be a lot on Desolation in these team fights. The Galio won't put out a ton of damage. Jarl's going to need some setup. And if you want to turn those team fights, if you want to find that extra little edge, you pilot this Aatrox really well, you will decimate backlines. We've seen it all over the world. This pick can destroy people with the healing, with the damage that comes out, with the small CC that comes out from every Q proc. So I am looking at Desolation in these team fights to help be that secondary carry alongside Jarl Karl for UW-Madison to win. I know that Wellens will perform. I know that Galio will, or Fish and Valor will perform on their champions, but they are setup champions. Jarl Karl and Desolation, they got to carry. On the other side, you know who it is. It's Edwy. It's Hong Kong player. Can Hong Kong player get ahead? Can Edwy stay safe and carry the fights? We'll have to find out as we are getting ready for the climax of this series. Game 5, getting ready.
Let's get it going. We'll see you in just a few minutes here with the final game of the day of Style Season 6. Welcome to the Rift for the final time tonight, ladies and gentlemen. UW-Madison Badgers going up against the University of Alberta. The winner of this will be the winner of the grand finals here at Style Esports. And with that in mind, both teams very appropriately are playing this one slow. We're not seeing the level 1 invade.
Yeah, just a little bit of probing here from Matthew, but a very normal line of scrimmage. I unfortunately do know that most finals pretty cagey to start. You know, nobody wants to lose it right off the bat. Very rare to see a lot of weird stuff happening at the level 1s in a 5th deciding game, although award will be cleared here by Woshi Garvin. So nice little EXP buff to start. Actually going to try to leave it for Rizzy.
Is he going to get it? Oh my god! Tragedy. Sorry, I got way too excited about that. I need to save it for when the kills happen.
I mean, that is a big deal, though. Like, you lose out on the ward, it does stay there, and of course, an extra 10 EXP in a lane is a big difference for good laners at a high elo. Like, if you level up before an enemy champion, that could be an engage, that could be a solo kill, that could be a level 6. That does matter in the early game, and to see that one, that resource be expended after being taken, you don't have any vision, you don't get the EXP, it will feel a little bit bad as you walk into the lane, especially when Rizzy is going to give a leash over to Woshi Garvin on this top side of the map.
Yeah, both junglers starting in the top side in this particular case here. Wellens, the person that I am looking at here with Nidalee taken away from him to really perform on the Talia, who has been a jungler that has fallen out of the meta. We saw her be really, really popular towards the start of the season, but has since been taken over by things like the Udyr Hecarim that we haven't really gotten to see today, ironically.
Yeah, I mean, the Udyr and the Hecarim have been pretty much banned the entire series from Game 2 on. They have not been available. Lilia was up once that was selected, but a lot of prio on taking away meta junglers at Nidalee. Sort of the last one that has survived the ban phase to be picked up here. And again, it's all about tempo. It's all about tempo, farming, EXP. That is what the jungle meta is. And Talia was super strong. And are we going back to mid lane? No, it looks like Hong Kong just going to hop over a wall. Classic talent there, making me think something's going to happen, and then just being able to dash slippery over the wall. And you know, my last auto was an 80 carry. Never connects on him somehow. No, it's always that way.
It feels crazy, actually. Rizzy cuts off Desolation, who won't be too happy about that one. Needs to dash his way out and will be able to maneuver around the Gnar, who needs to clear the wave. But in a commanding position for right now is Rizzy before those first couple items come in. And in the mini form, maybe not so much. Doesn't get knocked up once, twice, or 3 times. So Desolation kind of in a rough spot right now, actually.
Yeah, trying to dash away. He does have Conquer. He's not going to proc it here. And he just will dash away from the Hypers. There was a level 4 coming in, so probably the right decision, and we'll just be able to farm up this turret. Meanwhile, bottom lane has come up to help take that bottom Scuttle Crab. Top has not been taken, and both junglers did come for it, so it's likely that with top side going in the favor of Rizzy fan, this will be a double Scuttle for Woshi Garvin to start the game, but instead he's going to turn away from mid.
We've got a flash. He's not flashing. He does get a triple taunt here. Finally ends up flashing, but it's much too late, and Hunt is going to show up late as well. First blood, though, goes over to Woshi Garvin. Hong Kong player escapes over the wall. Hunt goes aggressive on this. Nidalee wants to try and find an answer here. Is almost taking him down. Needs that last auto, but the shield will be enough from the Lantern, and it will be a 1-0 in the favor of University of Alberta.
Yeah, Alberta gets first blood in this match, and it was a very close scrap 3v3 as everybody showing up in mid lane. But as you mentioned, Fish and Valor trying to save the flash initially, thinks he can get the Justice Punch out, but it's interrupted, and he does go down despite expending that summoner spell. Won't be feeling great about that. The first blood did go over to Woshi Garvin. Will be accelerated slightly in that jungle now, and it is Alberta giving us our first strike of the game as they have an early 400 gold lead.
And crucially, it's on that Nidalee who can impact the map over and over. We did say that we wanted to see people like Hong Kong player and Fish and Valor step up, but if you can get your jungler fed through your lane, that is just as good. Woshi Garvin is going to be able to spread that advantage on repeat as long as he can find lanes that he can consistently gank.
Yep, it was a good start and did sacrifice that double scuttle for the kill, but you will take worth on that. You will call worth on that every single time. And now we'll be looking towards that top side of the map. Pretty even on farm. Wellens trying to keep up the tempo again. It was tempo that was the reason Talia went out after the nerfs, but now we got top side here. Level 5, Conqueror proc, but the junglers here. Desolation just going to be able to kite out, and a move from Woshi will not pay off. He's going to get counter jungled a little bit on the bottom side. I'm surprised that Wellens isn't already on the Drake, to be honest.
Yeah. I was just thinking that too. Talia may be struggling a little bit more than some of the other junglers that we've seen today in taking that dragon, but still a very surprising turn of events. Instead, pops in for a little bit of a wave in the mid lane and goes into the blue side jungle of Woshi Garvin to try and deny some CS from this Nidalee. Keep her far behind. Rizzy about to go mega in this top lane. Although we got level 6 on Desolation. Should be Rizzy able to back away, though, as he does have the tanky stats inherent to the Mega Nuke.
Yep, at level 6 did come in, and it was Desolation trying to take advantage of it, but the stun comes out. That difference in level now nullified, and the ultimate will be down for this Dragon Brawl. Oh, we got a full engage.
This is going to be tough here. It's a 3v2, but make it a 2v2 as Matthew just gets deleted. Wellens needs a new area to unleash the threaded volley. Finds it, and Hong Kong player will back away, evening up the kill score, putting us within 100 gold of each other. Fish and Valor, though, bleeding out, overestimates himself and gives over a shutdown. You can't do that.
Yeah, that is not good. Giving over a shutdown. They will just manage to take the Drake, I believe, with that ulti down on Hong Kong players. Not a lot he can do. Woshi's going to peek his head in here, but it will be gone by the time he gets, or he does arrive. I do like the turnaround that came in from University of Wisconsin-Madison. Again, talked about setting up the Talia with CC. It's a lot easier to do it on the Galio. Has that taunt that guaranteed the seismic shove into the kill. But then, as you mentioned, the stand way too long. Was Fish and Valor not respecting the level 6 in from Hong Kong player. Gets punished and gives over a shutdown to a carry member for Alberta, who now is 1-0-1. Will be pretty close to just opening himself up on the map. Bottom lane has been pretty much untouched so far, as we do see a little bit of the camera pan down there, but they have pretty much just been playing Farming Simulator.
Yeah, it's been pretty simple in this bot lane, as it's the rest of the map that has really leveled up in the play here. Rizzy forced off the wave for a little while as it crashes into Desolation's door. I think he missed that cannon minion, which is a huge rip here. As it's actually been a pretty even lane so far. Aatrox not able to take advantage of this Gnar, and that's something that we had mentioned as UW-Madison really needing to do.
Okay, I thought maybe there would have been a flash flay there for a second, but the cooldown just about to come up for Matthew, so could not follow up. And pretty much normalcy around the Rift, just some wards being cleared out, junglers going back through clears. First Rift Herald is up and available. Next Drake is in 3 minutes and 30 seconds, but nobody really seeming interested, although Hong Kong trying to move down the bottom lane. He is pinged out very, very vivaciously, I would say, by Fish and Valor there, which is the right thing to do. You know, Talons, Aurelian Souls, they disappear from mid lane. You better be pinging your side lanes like on repeat.
Yeah, oh, Hook lands in this bot lane, though, and Hund is going to get chunked for about half of his HP. He does have all of his summoners up, but Woshi Garvin might just come in for a gank anyway, since Matthew has been really landing these. We got another fight in this mid lane, though, as Taunt's going to land, setting up Wellens for a potential seismic shove. Hong Kong goes invisible for now, and Woshi Garvin is the one on the chase to finish this off. Doesn't want to go in on Fish and Valor, though, as he can get CC'd and once again deleted. We've seen Wellens do it before.
Yeah, we definitely have, and I'm not sure what the communication was, but I don't even know. Oh,
that's
hello?
Tragic. That is a god dang shame right there, but Hunt isn't going to let that one go. Ends up flashing there, gets hooked right back as there's a fight in this top lane. Desolation ends up popping the ultimate. I think he has the sustain here, but he doesn't think to seem to think that he does, as doesn't have the cooldowns on the Qs back up, doesn't have the lifesteal inherent in those. Finally gets it, but Rizzy won. Also, with the ultimate out, will have to back away. Farm very, very close in that top side, and very, very close everywhere. Unfortunately, Matthew once again overstepping for a hook, and Rizzy overstepping for CS is going to cost University of Alberta big.
Yeah, we talked about it in the build-up. We wanted to see two members carrying Jarl and Desolation while the setup is all Hund. Jarl just bursts out Matthew. It's the second game in a row that Matthew steps up on Thresh, looking for a hook, whiffs it, and then just straight dies as he's chased down, CC'd up. Meanwhile, in top lane, Desolation, we were sitting here like, oh, why didn't you go in with your ultimate? Well, that's why, apparently. He's just waiting around for the right chance, takes down Rizzy to take revenge for that last game. And the two members that we wanted to see accelerated for the likes of UW-Madison are accelerated. A kill each for them. They are leading just fine here. And dead even on gold across the map in the game. But these are the carries we want, and they now have the kills for UW-Madison.
This is exactly where you want to be in a game 5, on a nice edge either way, as the gold, like you say, is balanced where it needs to be for every win condition available to be online. We'll keep an eye on who can extend that further, who can make the most out of their individual legends. As Desolation going to be caught near this Rift Herald, has the backup of a Galio though, which makes it hard to approach him. We are going to see Wellens under a little bit of threat there. The seismic shove back is going to be finished off by the Death Rocket though in the Ignite, as Hong Kong player claims a kill as two get traded back. Wellens and Desolation both falling to Woshi, Garvin, and Brizzy, and with Matthew roaming up, it will be the denial of any further action.
Yeah, I think just a little bit better team fighting coming in from the side of University of Alberta as they manage to take that one in a 2-for-1. I think for the second time in a row, the seismic shove does not connect. So I think there is some miscommunication between Fish and Valor and Wellens about when the taunt should be coming out, who the target should be. And again, a nice snipe coming in from Edwy on that Jinx. He seems so accurate across the map with these rockets, always at least providing some extra damage to help his team out. They do take the 2-for-1 right now, even on kill score. Very slight goal lead for University of Alberta as the second Drake has spawned. Everyone trying to make the play here.
Solar flare though, Nidalee doesn't get to play the game as Woshi Garvin gets served up like a pork chop. And that will be very easily the Dragon going over to UW-Madison, as there just literally aren't the players left to contest.
Yeah, absolutely. And Hund, my man, is just smurfing this game at the moment. Once again, just landing all of the CC in every single fight. And this time around, when he lands the CC, he's got Wellens behind him. There is no miscommunication about that one. The ulti lands, the seismic shove comes out, and two members from University of Alberta see their health bars disappear in a flash. Beautiful stuff from University of Wisconsin-Madison. They take the fight, they take the Drake, and they are the first ones to grab a significant gold lead.
Picture this, DJ. You load into your final game of Style Esports Season 6. Everything is on the line, and you find yourself at 13 minutes in with a Kai'Sa, an Aatrox with 1 kill, a Gallia with 2, and 2 dragons to your name. Are you feeling good or not?
Yeah, I think I'm feeling very good as this Rift Herald is pop top. We'll hold on, see if anything comes of this. Chains will not connect, so we'll just take down that Rift. I do like the teleport out from Fish and Valor. Does dissuade any potential dive. It gets rid of the Rift Herald, so good answer. And to go back to that point, yeah, I'm feeling very good. The gold is even, but again, all of my members that I would want to be feeling comfortable, to be feeling strong, are feeling that way. CS numbers, regardless here, I think the gold's still very even, but they have kills, they have items, they are in this game, and that is what I want if I am UW-Madison. I think a similar thing can be said for University of Alberta. They have a pretty strong Jinx, farming up very well, 20 CS up on her counterpart. The one concern I have is that Hong Kong is on an early game roaming champion. He got an early kill. He's 2-1-2, but he just doesn't feel like he's having a ton of impact. It doesn't feel like he's catching members out at the moment. And I think the later this goes on, the harder it is for him to be able to play the game, to try to assassinate Jarl Karl. I am watching Hong Kong player to try to make some moves in these next couple of minutes before his time starts to be up.
He can be that difference maker, although right now it is in the bot lane as big explosion from Wellens does find Matthew, but unfortunately with the pile-in, it is just not enough teleport for Rizzy One. Cleans that up, and Dewey, he ends up picking up a kill as well, getting himself 4 kill participation in the span of 10 short seconds.
Yeah, and it was a It was a trap that was set up by University of Wisconsin-Madison. They had a third member there. You saw the immense amount of damage come out of Wellens as the trap was sprung, but they forgot one critical thing. Teleport advantage in the top lane belonged to Rizzy. They thought they had the trap, but they were always a member down. They were always behind. Rizzy gets a great flank, gets Meganar, and turns the fight around. Beautiful stuff from Alberta, and they swing the gold lead back in their favor.
And that is a big swing, bigger than one that we've seen in this game so far. 2,000 gold is nothing to scoff at, even if it is still relatively early on in this game, because of the immense amount of burst from the people who ended up picking up those kills. Nidalee, Talon, even Gnar are all team fight changers, and with them being a little bit more fed, it's a big deal. Hund is just, he's going to take the punish here, but Eclipse is a busted ability, my man, and he's got plenty of backup as Matthew is once again served up to Wellens, but they can't capitalize on anything further in the top lane. You're hemorrhaging kills, and Wellens cannot finish off these ones under the tower here. Fish and Valor gonna eat that Mega Death Rocket, almost goes down, but the tower, more importantly, has fallen into the top lane, and we see University of Alberta extending that gold lead.
Yeah, this is a big loss for Alberta. Trying to pick up Wishy Garvin, should be able to kill with the heal.
Oh, the heal is just enough as it trades 1 for 1. Wellens looking for Dewey, doesn't find that, but the walk back in will end up shutting him down. We try kills again and get that gold grab a little bit closer, but University of Alberta still 4,000 gold in the lead.
Oh man, that was so close to being a disaster completely. It still is a loss for UW-Madison, but they try to fight at the end of it to try to make it worth it, get some extra kills, because they lose, they go even, or I think 1 kill behind while they lose their entire top side. Desolation goes down, the turret goes down, waves are pushed into the bottom tier 2 as Hong Kong, I wanted him to make a play. He did. He went top side. They collapsed on Desolation. They took him down and they went out across the map. The goal lead extends to 4K. Here's the trap. They're trying to turn this around. Wizzy's about to go Mega.
There's just not enough damage with just these two. Desolation doesn't even have a completed item right now, and he's been wandering around the rift trying to make himself useful, but instead it's turned into useless for the moment. Aatrox without a lead is just nothing.
Yeah, they get a nice stun. That's good stuff. Almost a pick.
Well, yeah, Wellens, on the other hand, he has a lead, and he's certainly going to make it worth his while. End up finding a pick on Hong Kong player, and the rest of the damage just isn't there as Eddie is being forced out of the fight. And Matthew as well. Good double taunt from Fish and Fowler, and that's going to be 2 more kills going into the pockets of UW-Madison. They are cleaning up slowly but surely and hemming in. These are the master shepherds, UW-Madison. They've got the experience here. Woshi Garvin going to be able to get a way for now, but Dragon is up and being taken. In the meantime, Wellens is putting UW-Madison on sole point.
Yeah, that was some great stuff from UW-Madison, playing towards their win conditions. They were down in gold, but this is a pick composition. If you can land some CC for Wellens, he will blow people up. What is this behind the turret?
I actually think Desolation might be able to win this. With Jarl Carl, he definitely can. They've got the damage. The knockup is there, and Rizzy gonna go down. Big shutdown goes over to Desolation, and maybe now he can complete an item.
Yeah, I mean, man, these teams are just battling it out here, Gia. One swing, it goes into another. Like, they are just fighting back and forth. First, it's Alberta getting a big fight win, getting a great move onto the top side from Hong Kong player. But then they just walk into a trap. They get destroyed in this bottom river fight. They lose the third Drake as, again, they set Wellens up with CC, and he does so much damage when he's set up for that seismic shove. They lose their mid laner early on, and then it's just a pile drive onto the back line. Ed Dewey cannot stay alive long enough as Fish and Valor flashes in to get the taunt, and it's a beautiful turnaround from UW-Madison. They were down 4K gold. They are now down only about 1K. They are not going down without a fight as we are cresting 19 and a half minutes here. Soul Drake available for them in 4 minutes.
This is really that fight to the bitter end, although if University of Alberta cannot get their stuff together, in 4 minutes, that actually could be the end here because the additional burst, especially on people like Wellens, who has been really bursting folks out, on Jarl Karl, who has been picking up kill after kill and very silently becoming a force that can one-shot almost anybody for University of Alberta. If you can't find a way to win a fight before that Infernal Soul gets taken, it might just be the end of your journey.
Yeah, very well could be. That is the biggest threat remaining here for UW-Madison. The fact that they have picked up those 3 Drakes. It is a very real and present danger for the likes of Alberta, as that engage from Rizzy not quite going to pay off, but he is just forcing Fish and Valor back. Teleport is up on Fish and Valor. That is why he's likely in this top side, as the rest of the waves are just cleared. But again,
Matthew doesn't get chewed through there as he does get the aftershock proc, so crucially surviving for now and buying a lot more time for his team as Rizzy, the side laner of this game, can continue to crack this open, can continue to pressure Fish and Valor, and that could be the difference maker.
Yeah, so, I feel like these teams are getting a little hypey now in game number 5, throwing down ultis when there's just absolutely nothing to fight for on the map at the moment. This is a lot of mid lane pressure. This turn might go down. It will. That's a big win
here.
Yeah,
it's a big final auto from Eddie to secure a lot of map pressure as Rizzy goes in here, looks for the Gnarl and finds 3. That could be a team fight wipe. It's a flash away from Wellens. We'll keep him safe for now. The Hong Kong player collapses from the flank, finds the shutdown, and it's going to be a very simple pick for the side of University of Alberta off of Rizzy's clean play.
Yeah, it's really nice engage and flank coming in from Rizzy. Again, the only criticism I have for all of this expenditure, there's nothing on the map for you to take. You're not going to take the Baron right now. Your Jinx has no mana. It's 21 minutes into the game. Like, you drop this Rift Herald, you don't get anything out of it. Wellens will be back up in plenty of time to set up for this Drake. So, despite getting the kill, what else did you really get for it? Now Rizzy's flash is down. A lot was expended for that. So I'll have to see if it ends up being worth it in the extended play. Again, I think these teams getting a little hypey in this game 5 as the kills, as the blood flows through, and maybe just not thinking about the critical objective that's about to come up in a minute 20.
What makes me really happy is that play was only enabled because UW-Madison have played a Drake-centric game. If the Drakes weren't taken, that blast cone is never there. You never see Rizzy Wan be able to jump over. And that's just really funny to me. It doesn't make the Drakes a bad take, but it is funny that just via the terrain being shifted, Rizzy actually is able to take advantage of it, find a play to get his own team a little bit further into the game here and maybe let them contest for that last one.
Yeah, and that Drake is coming up in 40 seconds. Let's look across the state of the game. Shirelia's and the, Morella Namicon available here. 2 items in for a lot of members on UW-Madison. Same can be said for the important members of Alberta as this Drake is spawning. Flash and heal available for your Alcarl. Same for Edwy. The big flashes that are missing. Nothing on Rizzy. No flash on Wellens, but he's going to get a big chunk onto the enemy jungler before this starts.
That's really important. Italy will have the ability to heal herself up, but it's going to cost time and mana, and likely that time is going to be enough for UW-Madison to be able to poke their heads in, get their own vision laid down, and now with everybody ready here, we can only see that Talon is on the flank, and nobody spotted him just yet.
I was going to say, keep your eyes on Hong Kong here. I don't think anyone spotted him. He's looking for the assassination on the backside.
Yeah, Dragon gets started up here, so is leashed, is chunking out the members of University of Alberta. Everybody should know that nobody has vision on Hong Kong player, and there he is spotted, looking for a Jarl Karl right now as they go into the 1v1 here. Will it be enough? I'm focusing exclusively on this, and it will be a 1-for-1 there. What is happening on the rest of the map, though, is what's important right now. As into the backline goes Hans. Desolation has so much sustain right now, finishes off another kill, continues the World Ender, and the CC from Fish and Valor just enough. Whoa, she finds the snipe over the wall, and now it's going to be Aatrox following him over. Woshi should go down here. There shouldn't be enough mobility. The Aatrox has the CC, but he finds one. Doesn't find two, and the knockup from Woshi. He is playing around here. Ultimately, will still be the team fight going in favor of UW-Madison, even if they can't finish off this last cat.
Yeah, they do just need this zone Woshi away, and the soul will be theirs. Woshi is still around. Drake's going low. He knows
wants it, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably worth his life to try to steal this if he can get into range. Wellens is up.
He used
Might
Smite.
Oh, TP.
He used this Smite on Grump. He straight up doesn't have it. Wellens is on the way here, and he's got the wall available. This is going to be a Smite in the pit. As Galio Ultimate gets channeled, they're going to be able to take down Woshi Garvin as well. It's disaster for University of Alberta. As Hong Kong player really needs to turn this around. Wellens is going to be able to take this dragon away, and he does. Infernal Soul is secured here. Hong Kong player gets deleted on the front line, and now it's Eddie's front to back that it's all about. As Hunt's going to get taken down. Another hook does land. Jarl Karl's going to fall. A quadra kill goes to Eddie, and it will be University of Alberta having given over the rift for a little while, but they have lost in a big way.
Yeah, they're going to pick up Baron here, too. This should be the Baron. Their jungler's not up, but I think they can still do it. You got to keep in mind the teleports on the enemy side. Desolations will be up very shortly. Fish does not have his. I don't think they can stop this, so it is a big sort of trade of resources here as Edwy picks up a quadra on the backside of that fight. Will also pick up this Baron in all likelihood, but the permanent buff is in now for the side of UW-Madison. They will have that for the rest of the game. They will be down about 4K at the moment and will be facing this push, but if they can slow it down, if they can stop the bleeding, they may just be able to make this work.
They certainly might, as just with that Baron, they're going to buy themselves a lot of time, and that's going to be time, crucially, for Eddie to spend his gold, for him to get more items, and for, honestly, the rest of the roster to become prepared to play an Eddie-centric game, because UW-Madison certainly will be. Jinx right now is the carry for University of Alberta. It's him and Rizzy against the world. Everybody else is an accessory to murder at this point. But the UW-Madison squad should know this as well as we do. And with that extra burst, they should be able to take out a Squishy. It is all up to execution. And in these final moments of the game, as we do crash the 26-minute mark, we're going to have to see who can outperform, who can show up better when it really counts.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Edwy is super strong here, but any CC lands on him, and Jarl Karl should be able to do enough damage, particularly with the Infernal Soul, to assassinate him in the backline. It really will come down to execution. Oh, and that's good execution.
That is a literal execution, as that is going to be a 4v5 from now on. Desolation no longer available to play. I'm sorry, Death Timer's 40 seconds. From the side, Wellens is trying to chunk out the remaining members of University of Alberta, but he just doesn't have the same damage as he did before.
Yeah, it doesn't really have any penetration at the moment, so any MR will be helping. Shields are tough as well. They are just pushing in. There's not a wave go. There's a minute.
Rizzy's going for it. Doesn't find the Gnar, crucially, but it will buy enough space for this turret to go down. Inhibitor now exposed, and Baron still active. Should be an Inhibitor going to University of Alberta. Are they out executing here? It looks like they are. That's a big hook, and it will be Hunt going down here. And the Galleon ultimate even gets canceled. There's no backline access. Trade of 1-for-1. A teleport into the backline, which is weird when it's in your own base, but Desolation wants to cut them off right now. Gets one knockup, lands the chains onto Rizzy, but in goes Woshi Garvin, almost taking him down in the meantime. The sustain from this Aatrox is enough for now as Fish and Valor looks for the taunt, but they will just take the single kill, and University of Alberta will back off, Inhibitor in hand.
Yeah, I think both sides will be relatively okay with what's happening. Alberta got what they came for. They get an Inhibitor. They'll likely get this turret on the back end of their Baron push. Oh, Rizzy.
Look at how much gold they've gotten in this time, though. They've almost extended the lead to 10,000 in one single Baron.
Yeah, it is going to be a big lead for them. But again, we're getting into the later stages of this game. Items are coming in hot and heavy. It'll be 3 item 80 carries on both sides. It's going to be tough for UW-Madison. Again, if they can land CC onto Edwy and get Jarl Karl into the backline to assassinate him, I think they can win fights. I think they can. It will be difficult. But if Edwy goes down, there is not that much consistent damage on the enemy team. You do have Desolation. He is pretty behind. He'll need some more items, but he can just stay alive if Edwy's dead, I think. But yeah, it's going to be all about getting to Edwy, and that is a tall task as he is on 4 items. He has a Thresh next to him. He is set up to be the carry of this game. Can you shut him down? That's the big question for UW-Madison.
I genuinely, not even as a UW-Madison player, as somebody who can watch the entire map, has seen the entire game, 5 games in the series, cannot tell you if UW-Madison is going to be able to execute this, because Eddie and Matthew have been a center point for the University of Alberta, have not slowed down, and it's so difficult to know who will mis-execute when, because at this point, it's kind of RNG, with the skill being the way that it is for both of these squads, having made it to these grand finals, having taken us to the 5th game. It's just who blinks at the wrong time, it feels like.
Yeah, blinking, it could be the biggest mistake of your life in Game 5, in the finals of Style Esports. The push is coming in, the vision's coming in. It is a good setup from Alberta here as they are looking to close out the game. The #1 seed, trying to prove that they earned that for a reason. They want to close this game out. Gonna play this one safe. We'll just back Elder Drake. 30 seconds.
Oh my
game
God.
will be decided here.
Oh my God, you are wishing that you gave that dragon up as UW-Madison, that you could have denied that Baron. It's a game of wishing at this point, but right now for UW-Madison, it has got to be a game of action as well, because they've got 10 seconds until the game is going to be something they have to contend with. This 10,000 gold lead, they've managed to avoid by playing defensively. That's not true now.
Yeah, here is that Elder Drake. A lot of vision to walk in. The Weaver's Wall
Rizzy's
is
got a free flank. Rizzy's got a free flank. He's almost got the Mega as well in the front line. That's a great solar flare. Rizzy is about to go Mega. Galio ult into the back line. Knocks up 4 members here, but they don't have access on the enemy. Yes, they do. Desolation automating him down. Gets the shutdown. And now Willens from the side here is just throwing in damage one after another. Picks up 2 kills. Woshi Garvin is going to be wiped here. Flies forward for Fisher. Picks him up. It's the shutdown. It's the ace. And it will be UW-Madison picking up the Elder Dragon.
I said it, D. If you could get CC down, you could get on top of Eddie. They burst out Jarl Carl, but Desolation times it right. He gets the damage down, and Eddie, with Eddie down, there's no one that can kill him. He heals too much, even on only 2 items. He's all the consistent damage, and they turn the fight around. 4-5, they're going to take the Elder Drake, and they can still keep their base alive.
Can't believe that the Aatrox pick that I pooped on and questioned this entire game is the thing that changes the fight in the very last moments. They are now with the Elder Dragon and the Baron available. UW-Madison, it is all but theirs, and they waltz their way in. University of Alberta have got to make the desperation fight work.
You can't fight this. You've got to give this up. One member needs to stay for the minions pushing down mid-wave. You can see it's Desolation. He does have TP. You can't fight this. There's just no way. You just don't win Elder fights. And if you lose around this Baron, the game is just over. It's just over. They will push straight down. They will burst everything out. There's no way you can fight this. You just got to defend. You've got to wait for Elder to go away. That is the power of the Elder buff. That is why it decides games. You can go for a cheeky steal. They're going to try with the Jinx Rocket here.
Going for it, doesn't find the steal. How crazy would that have been? Wellens ends up securing it, as he certainly has to do at this point in the game. Is the small misexecution would cost you big here. I think they've found Hong Kong player. He knows that he's caught here. Will he be able to make the great escape? Wellens has the seismic shove available, but doesn't have the deletion damage. Flashes of the wall to secure it. Gets that execution down, and now it is 4v5 on the Rift here as UW-Madison set their sights on the mid lane, start that push up. And Desolation answering Rizzy in that bot lane, still has the TP, but so many turrets lie between UW-Madison and the end of the game.
I mean, look at what Alberta's trying to do. They're just trying to push waves. They're trying to split so that there's not a free push in the base, but they're just going to lose everything in mid lane here. Nobody is back to defend. They're just getting back now. They're not in position just yet, and they will likely lose this turret as well. Desolation still with that TP. They might be looking for the end. There's still 20 seconds on Hong Kong player.
They're certainly going to be able to crack this inhibitor. If they can find and engage, if Hund can make the play happen, this could be the end of the game here. I know he's looking for it. Great look from Matthew, though. Nation Valor goes golden. He finds the solar flare. They delete Eddie. He's off the Rift now. And that is the hopes and dreams of University of Alberta taken with him as Hund leaves the front lines here, gets hooked back in right where he's comfortable, and a huge knockup from Fish and Valor is just going to buy space, buy time for the executions from the Elder Dragon to come through. The Nexus exposed, and UW-Madison are whacking away at it. And they take down University of Alberta, securing themselves as the Styles Season 6 champions.
I don't believe it, Dia. What a turnaround we witnessed in this game, and what a series overall it was. University of Alberta were set up for success. They had such a strong AD carry, that a great team fighting composition, but I said it over and over again. There's no cleanse on Edwy. There's no GA just yet. If you can get CC on him, you can jump on him. You can kill him. And even if you trade AD carries, nobody is left to kill Desolation. And they found the angle. Hund landed the solar flare onto Eddie around the Elder Drake. The hero of UW-Madison lands the CC. They take the AD carry down, and with Eddie dead, they cannot win fights. Somehow, UW-Madison find a way back in this game. They find the team fights they need, and they clutch out the series win and the championship in Style Esports. What a game we just watched.
I want to see the gold grabs for this. Somebody pull this up for me, because it seemed so incredibly close the entire time. And even there were even times where University of Alberta certainly had to get, they had 10,000 gold lead at one point. Basically, they were like 1,000 gold off, but the clutch plays, even at the disadvantage, the confidence from UW-Madison to go for it is ultimately what makes the difference. And the laser focus from them, like you say, secures them that Style Esports championship spot. These two rosters, though, they really fought it out.
Yeah, this was such a close series from the off. Every game contested, so many adaptations and drafts, so many clever picks, comfort picks, aggressive games, blood, sweat, tears put into this 5-game series that goes the full distance, a 35-minute game to decide it on 2 massive team fights. That is all it came down to at the end of the day. Who was going to play these 2 team fights better after 4.5 hours of gameplay? And it just happened to come up UW-Madison. They clutch it out in one of the most hotly contested series I have ever cast.
I know in my heart that I can tell everybody on UW-Madison that they carried it, that they changed that game. But at the very least, their win condition, what it's called, their what they call their win condition in their jungler, Wellens, can rest easy, as he did do the most damage in the game by a lot. The Talia was absolutely a game changer there, as was every single player at their different points here. Everybody had their game, and that doesn't just mean UW-Madison, University of Alberta. We were singing their praises the whole time. I am so happy that we got to catch this series tonight, and I want to once again throw a huge congratulations to the UW-Madison Badgers for fighting their way through in what you mentioned being over 4 hours of gameplay. And thank you so much for joining me on this incredible journey.
Yeah, it has been a pleasure, Dee. Of course, thank you to all of you for tuning in. Thank you to our incredible producer, Tori. What a series we've witnessed, and that's just more to look forward to when we are getting ready for Style Esports Season 7.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, because if it's anything like this one, it is going to be a banger. We will catch you all next season, and I know he said it. I want to echo the sentiment. Thank you so much for tuning in. It means so much to us, so much to the players, so much to us. So much to the team here at Style Esports. I wish you all a good night, and we will catch you in Season 7.